A very good morning to all the respected dignitaries and enthusiastic participants who have joined today for the commencement of online familiarization of Indian Nanoelectronics User Program Idea to Innovation, that is INUP I2I, based on 2D semiconductor nano devices and simulation. I, Sapna Roy,
And I saw a
PhD research scholar of Center for Nanotechnology, will be your host for this session, and we wholeheartedly welcome you all. For everyone's information, the session will be recorded for our internal records, and all the participants are advised to check their INUP WhatsApp group for any status updates. For this inaugural session, I would like to invite Dean of R&D of IITG, Professor Vimal Katiyar. Professor Vimal Katiyar is a professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and also the coordinator of the Center for Sustainable Polymers at IIT Guwahati. An esteemed figure in the field of advanced and sustainable polymeric material, Professor Katiyar is an author of multiple books and many research articles in the same field. He obtained his BTech in Chemical Engineering from HBTI Kanpur and MTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Kanpur. He completed his doctoral studies in Chemical Engineering from IIT Bombay, followed by the postdoctoral studies in the DTU Denmark before joining IIT Guwahati. He also served as an assistant professor at BTI Kanpur. Professor Katiyar is also a visiting faculty member at Gifu University, Japan. His current research interests include, but not limited to, sustainable polymer synthesis, polymer processing, development of polymer-based nanomaterials, polymer degradation, and migration and clean energy. I will now request to Professor Vimal Katiyar to please turn on his camera and please gather the session.
ஆமா கேட்டுக்கலாம் ஆமா அந்த மாதிரி தான் பண்ணணும் கேட்டுக்கலாம் ஆமாமா அது கரெக்ட் தான்.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
சரி என்னது யாரு
So is it my turn to speak or what?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much for inviting me for this particular workshop. And in fact, first of all, I congratulate the entire team for organizing such a nice workshop, because this workshop is very timely. Though it is a part of this Center of Excellence, however, for the institute as well as in general, this workshop is very important, because what I understand, the mandate of this program is very much to go for the translational research, and especially on development of innovative technologies and their disseminations to the for end use applications. So in respect of this, this workshop is very, very timely and important, and I really feel that our participants will really going to get benefit out of it, because this is not an usual way of thinking. However, this is very, this particular program, the way it has been designed, it's very, very relevant to understand that how to convert your curiosity related research to the demand-driven output. So for that perspective, this will be very important. There is a thematic areas on semiconductors also. So this is also very relevant to the country like us, where we are really having a limited resources on this aspect. So I really felt that we could able to qualify and prepare more manpower in this particular area, and which will be going to serve to us in coming futures, in order to make it this particular domain a great expertise on this particular domain. So that's why it's going to be looking very important workshop for all of us. And I would really congratulate the organizer and whole team of nanotechnology who have organized this workshop for the benefit of the participants and disseminating the new and innovative knowledge in this particular area, and especially for this particular project. And I would like to, from the R&D section, I would like to thanks to the funding agencies for always supporting for these kind of interventions to IIT Guwahati. With this, I really urge to the all the participants, please, though this is going to be a virtual workshop, but the fact that it's a great opportunity and unique opportunity for all of you. So please take it seriously. Attend all the lectures from the eminent scientists and expert from the industry. So that will really going to help you in a better way, and you will be really going to come up with a good translational engineers and motivational motivational people in near future. And also, if those who are virtually attending this workshop, whenever time permits, please visit IIT Guwahati. It's very beautiful campus, and you will be really going to like it. With this, thank you very much once again to the organizer for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the commencement. And now we welcome Dr. Sangeeta Samwal, ma'am, to address the gathering. Dr. Sangeeta Samwal is currently a scientist at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Dr. Samwal is presently posted with the Nanotechnology Initiatives Division of the Ministry. She obtained her PhD in nanotechnology from IIT Delhi, and she also taught at Delhi University for 4 years before joining her current employer at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, that is METI, in July 2014. She has expertise in the area of nanoelectronics and nanotechnology, carbon nanotubes, radiological safety, medical and radiation physics, and field emission, and has numerous publications in reputed international journals in the same domain. With this brief introduction, I would kindly request ma'am to address the gathering.
Yeah, thank you, Saurabh, for a wonderful introduction. I'm very delighted and privileged to be a part of this workshop. A very good morning to all the organizers and the participants of this event. I know, I've been informed that around 300 participants are there in this workshop today, and these are around 140 institutions are actually participating in that. It's a very good number. I would like to congratulate organizer to approach these many institutions. Objective of INUP program, Indian Nanoelectronics User Program, Idea to Innovation, under which this workshop is being conducted at IIT Guwahati, is actually aiming to cover as many as institutions and the participants. And this is what is actually, sorry?
Neha? Hello? Haan, Neha?
Go to the participants.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, now you continue.
Yeah. So should I start from the beginning? Was I audible in the beginning?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible. We could hear up to the point. You can continue.
Okay. So I'll just speak, like I was saying, this INUP workshop at IIT Guwahati is basically aiming to address some of the challenges or the problems faced by the students, researchers, faculty members working in the nano area across the country. And I think it is a very successful event, as I can see from the number of the participants in this event. So just to address to the students or the researchers, I would like to highlight government is doing their best to provide the facility or the ecosystem to carry out research in this sector. So what we are trying to do is from the government side is basically when we expect that nano is an area which can provide number of solutions or applications oriented solutions to the society. So we are trying to address those challenges by establishing nano centers at various institutions. IIT Guwahati is one of that center. And when this center was established, idea was that at least in the Northeast region, so the students can avail this facility and can solve number of their actually problems. And because of that, actually, I would like to say one thing, because you all are aware of what nano can do. This is nothing new to you. Nano has so much potential, but the problem is these researchers are not getting that kind of facility to implement their ideas into the solution. So this is what INUP program is aimed for. Under this INUP program, this workshop will provide you a platform where you can actually come, convert your idea into the solution, and with this workshop you will actually get, because this workshop is basically focusing on the 2D materials based devices and the simulation. So it is complete chain. It is nothing like individual item of nano devices. You have to learn the complete system, complete ecosystem which is required to develop a device. And that is the reason when this workshop was conducted, I was informed that this workshop will be aiming to only focusing for the 2D materials based devices and the simulation. I was very happy, because the problem is when a student is starting working in the nano area, they are not aware of what simulation is basically. So some of the students only focus on the simulation, some of the students only focusing on the characterization or developing a say, thin film material kind of a thing. So this is something like you have to have a complete understanding of a subject. And with this workshop, at least they'll get a complete understanding. And I hope IIT Guwahati team will be providing them a platform to do hands-on training as well, in followed up with this workshop also. So when they come to the center, they will realize actually what facility they do not have there at their respective institution. They can avail this facility at IIT Guwahati. And when they work hands-on there on the system, they will be able to convert their idea into the kind of a particular prototype. So with this, I understand all of you are aware of the term prototype, because most of the time being researcher, we are not bothering about to understand the complete technology readiness level system. And this is very important. Being at this stage when we are sitting here, we expect when you join an institution, you become a faculty, you go for a postdoc. This should not be just doing a basic research kind of a thing, but you should think out of box. Your idea should actually be very practical. It is not should be only focusing on publishing a paper or giving you a degree which you will be using to get a position at a particular institution later on after completing your academic degree, or you are doing your teaching at an institution. So you are just providing a basic education to the next generation. No, this should not be the idea. Being at the government, we expect that now the time has come where we have to come out of a comfort zone. We have to think out of box. We have to be very creative, and that can only be done if you give your idea a practical solution. Now with this workshop, you will be able to learn how to convert your idea into the practical solution. Now, speaking from the government point of view, I would like to give you some highlights. Not only this INUP program, but we provide platform to a number of other to the researchers through the other schemes as well. We have number of other schemes. I would give you idea about, like, we have Center of Excellence in IoT. We have Center of Excellence for AI. We have Special Manpower Development Program for the VLSI. So what you have to do is you have to be very interdisciplinary in nature. When you develop a solution through this nanotechnology based solutions, then you have to integrate it with the other solutions like IoT or the AI based solutions. So when you make a complete system, then only you will gain that confidence, and not only just working on this kind of a solution, but we suggest, like, we promote basically, and we encourage you to come forward, give your idea one more level up understanding, that you create or incubate a startup. And when you incubate a startup, Government will be providing you that platform. Government will be providing you that kind of a support where startup will be supported through the seed funding. We can give you seed funding through the different schemes of the government. Even MIT has a scheme in which we give a seed funding for the startups. And then once your startup is established and you are confident, we can pitch in with the accelerator funding, or we can provide you the VC funding. And those kind of a idea can reach to the market, and you will be able to contribute to the society. So ideally, as Professor Vinay Katyar said, that it is basically a program where translational research will be taking place. So INUP program is just the beginning. You have to get enrolled in this program, get benefited through this workshop, get the learning, get the understanding about the nano. Once you know that your idea is with you, you come out with your comfort and you just try to move forward with your solution. And with the support from IIT Guwahati team, I hope you will be able to convert it into a startup. Startup will be actually going to the market in few years. And I hope from this workshop only we'll be getting some good number of startups motivated to become a startup, and then formally, like in maybe in next decade or next 2 decades, we can expect them some unicorn maybe there. So idea is you just be motivated, be passionate what you do, be passionate. This is the only solution. And nothing only like just by sitting there you think that you will be learning. No, you have to be very active. So my request from all the participants will be have active participation in this workshop. If you have some query, you want to learn more, we all are there. Experts are sitting there at IIT Guwahati. In case you need any support from the ministry side, we are sitting here. In case you face some more challenges, you can always write it to us. You can provide your feedback about the workshop, that what more should be included in this kind of a workshop or under INUP program. We are very open up for the feedbacks. So when you give your feedback, give your honest feedback. If you think this program is good, this should be replicated at other places as well. Though we have this program at 7 more like total 7 institutions, but we expect in case you realize this should be spread across the country at more institutions, we may consider it. Also, in case you think this is not a good program, this should be modified, this should be stopped, though I don't think it will be happening so because we understand this program will be providing you kind of exposure which you must have never received in your previous sessions. So please be active, have active participation. Whatever challenges you have, write it down, discuss with the faculty members at IIT Guwahati. And in case you think that because under this INEP program, this is the first ladder, the first step of the ladder where you will be getting only the lectures, but now onwards there will be more kind of interactive sessions with you from the faculty of IIT Guwahati. Once you have interactive sessions, you will be asked to submit a proposal, R&D proposal. So when those R&D proposals will be submitted by you, definitely you will be gaining more confidence about that. So with this, I'll be congratulating IIT Guwahati team for conducting this event. Also, I'll be giving best wishes to all the participants to have interactive sessions with the IIT Guwahati team. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me for this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your informative session and for motivating our participants. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dipankar Bandyopadhyay, who will introduce you all to INUP I2I workshop, as well as briefly explain the selection procedure for the same. Over to you.
Share the screen. So while I have a small presentation for all of you. While people share the screen, I just welcome all the participants here. Early morning, I can already see 100+ participants, and as Sangeeta ji mentioned that we are expecting about 300+ participants here. So first of all, I like to thank Professor Vimal Katyar for spending time from his very busy schedule and giving us some encouraging words. Thank you so much, Vimal, for all the help at different levels that we are receiving from you in terms of implementing this particular project. Okay. Thanks to Dr. Sangeeta Semwal, she has been one of the major pillars behind this nano center that has been established at IIT Guwahati at different times. So many different obstacles, we could really hurdle through only because of her unconditional support. And hopefully she will be one of the most happiest person to see that second year into INUP, we are able to really float this type of program, this type of workshop, which has been attended by about 140 plus institutes across the country. And one very important thing about is that there are multiple institutions in this 140 are coming from the northeastern part of the country. This is another very encouraging sign that we have started observing, right? So after that brief intro, I just like to tell all the participants that what exactly we are attempting here. So as you see in my first slide, that this entire concept and the support, that is the fountainhead is METI. Okay, and METI has this this vision of doing a kind of capacity building program all across India to develop the workforce that are associated with the research, the term called in the area called nano. Okay, it can be nanomaterials, it can be nanoelectronics, it can be nanobiotechnology, and then you are attempting different types of applications, say suppose in energy, suppose in environment, say suppose in healthcare. Okay, different other applications that you can really think about. What is the idea? Idea is that we did very well in last 50 years in doing the development of the software and the soft skills, right? So now the focus will be to develop the manufacturing skills, right? So development of materials manufacturing protocols, development of electronic manufacturing protocols. So those will be the targets for this particular initiative. So essentially, this particular workshop, you will find the program is laid down in such a manner. So we will start with some of the. This is the pointer, right? So we will start with some of the online workshops. Essentially, there will be 2 online workshops where we will discuss about the fundamentals. So with these 2 workshops, what we will do, we are going to familiarize yourself with the fundamentals. So in that we expect about 300 plus 400 plus participation all across the country, from which we will request them to submit a proposal at the end of this workshop, and then we will evaluate the proposal. The idea is that that proposal we are going to implement at some point of time during the next year. Okay, so let me repeat the whole process. What is the first thing that we are doing? We are having online workshops, and in those online workshops, what we are doing, we are getting familiarized with some of the fundamental concepts of nanomaterials, nanoelectronics. Okay, and then from that group, we are choosing a group of people who can come for an offline workshop, which will be happening at IIT Guwahati. And then there you will be given some training. Okay. And then, we are going to go for a kind of hands-on training program where we are going to go for some of the device preparations, which are the known recipes. Let's say, suppose a kind of development of a CMOS capacitor, development of a kind of surface acoustic wave devices, development of a kind of organic light emitting diode. So all these things will be taught to you, how to fabricate them, how to characterize them, how to do the materials characterization, how to do the electrical characterization. So those things will be taught to you. Before, you will be requested to give a kind of project, which will be again evaluated here. I'm going to get into the details of these processes. Okay, and then you will be implementing those projects here at IIT Guwahati in order to develop some translational R&D. So this is the overall idea about this particular initiative. Okay. So what is that? So initially we are starting with 2 online familiarization workshops. Then there'll be a kind of offline familiarization workshop, which is about 5 days. This will be all 3 days, 2 workshops. This will be a 5-day workshop. Then we'll go for a hands-on training, which will be lasting about 2 weeks. Okay. And then, this hands-on training, from this hands-on training, we are going to float some projects. One of the major achievements in the last year for the entire INUP team was we were working with, Ministry of Skills so that, we can really give some sort of, certification. One certification will anyway you will get from IIT that you have completed this hands-on up to hands-on training, this program at different IITs and IISc. But then, we are expecting that, this final level of documents have been submitted to the NSQF, and we are expecting from this batch onwards, we will be able to provide you with a NSQF certification at the end of the hands-on training to all the participants. Okay. So this is one important addition in the second version of the INUP I2I, right? So what are the typical numbers that we are looking at? We are completed with the first year thing. So now we are in the second year. So we will have a kind of virtual workshop. Then we'll have familiarization workshop. Okay. And then we are going to have the hands-on training, right? And then we are going to float the project. Project will be of two types. One is a short-term project, which will be lasting about 3 months, and the other will be a medium-term project, which will be lasting about 6 months. If you are doing really well in the short-term projects, and if you are sitting with a lot of ideas related to publications and patents, your term will be extended for the medium-term projects. Okay. And then, we expect that you are going to give us some publications, you are going to give us some patents, you are going to give us some prototypes. And at the same time, as Sangeeta ji has mentioned, we expect, multiple startups, multiple prototypes, multiple patents, and a handful of publications that they come up, with this sort of activity. Okay. So typically for the group of participants here, I just like to lay down what we are planning. December this year, we are starting with the workshop 1. So by February to March, we are definitely going to finish the workshop 2. Workshop 3, we are keeping in the window of April to May. And the hands-on training will be typically May to June, and June on 23 onwards, we are going to have the medium-term projects, which will be later extended, the June 23 onwards will be the short-term projects, which will be extended later for the medium-term projects, right? So you keep an eye on the web page, which I'm also going to discuss with you later. So the times and dates will keep coming. We also have the Facebook handle. We also have the Twitter handle. We also are present in different social media platforms. So we are going to post different updates that are going to happen related to this activity. So you keep an eye on all these activities, all these timelines, and we are going to, once we freeze, we are going to come back to you and to make sure that that the idea is that if a person is present even in the remotest part of the country, okay, and has an idea and has the motivation to to implement that idea, has the interest to implement that idea at the state-of-art nano center at IIT Guwahati. So that person should be applying online to this particular entity called Indian Nanoelectronics Users Program. Okay, we are going to invite the person for an online workshop. We are going to give the basic fundamental training associated with the materials, with the electronics, with the softwares, with the circuitries. Okay, before we really judge, how good is the idea, how good is the concept. We are going to, the faculty members of IIT Guwahati are going to sit down with you, to brush up your idea, to see the practicality or feasibility of the idea, to make sure that your idea is the edges are cut, and then it is becoming a kind of a very, very cutting edge idea, so that that can lead to, if that can first be implemented at IIT Guwahati. Now once it is implemented at IIT Guwahati, it can also lead to some publications, it can also lead to some patents, and then the most difficult part, how exactly you translate it to some sort of devices, products, and then that is leading to the startup. So overall, we will be in touch with you throughout the year. You have taken the first big step of getting associated with us. Okay. And then as we progress during the year, it will be our mutual responsibility like say, suppose some initiatives will come from your end, some initiative will come from our end, and we are going to gel with each other to make sure that, you are able to implement your idea at IIT Guwahati. You are at least going with a publication, and then you are not stopping there. You are good. You're developing some prototypes. You're coming up with patents, and if not, you are attempting products in near future with this sort of initiative from your end. From the experience of past 1 year, I have interacted. It was a big learning process for entire team of IIT Guwahati. So I can just tell you that, it's really, eye opener for all of us, that how people came from the different corners of the country, and then how hard they worked with us in order to make sure that, there are very good, research outputs. I can see that, there are at least 10 to 12 such prototypes which are at different levels in the different labs, which has been prepared by almost have dropped. Now, in the mobile phone, I am audible. Huh? Let me check out. I'm audible, right? Yeah. So, as you all know, that you have all registered through the central web page. So this is another big success story, that everything has now been summarized into this main web page. Okay, where in the right hand side at the top corner, you are registering through this particular entity. Okay, so you are logging in from here, and all your details are now entered into this portal. Okay, entered into this portal, and you know that all the details about INU, the events that are to be organized. Okay, the methods of research and development, the facilities that are available at different institutes, and everything have been summarized in this particular web page. And all your participation details, the type of projects that you are implementing, the type of workshops that you are attending, the types of prototypes that you are developing during the hands-on training, all the details are given in this news and events. Okay, and at the bottom of the page, you may see the summary, right? Of course, all of you participating means you have gone through this particular web page. And I just want to tell you, this particular web page is not only connected to IIT Guwahati, but this is also connected to all the other IITs and IIC. You can see at the center of this this map that all the IITs, they are connected through this particular web page. And we are also populating who are the other institutes who are joining us. Slowly you will see that we will have a kind of, by the time we finish this particular project, we will have a pan-India footprint of institutions into these nano centers that are established by MITI. Okay. About the workshop, this particular workshop, we felt that 2D semiconductor nano devices will be the focus, because this is the buzzword across the globe. Okay, 2D materials are increasingly becoming important over a period of time, and it is high time that as a country we develop expertise on the synthesis, characterization, and mastering the art of making 2D materials. It is not only graphene, it is about a collage of materials that are possible in the domain of 2D semiconductors. And the idea is that how exactly through this online platform we get hold of the fundamental details related to the 2D semiconductors. And if we do some of the simulations, what will happen, we will get a good idea of how exactly these 2D semiconductors can be developed into some of the devices which can be useful in future. The idea is that in these two online familiarization workshops, what you are going to do, you are going to work on this these prototypes at the level of the software. And then when you come here, when you submit your project, when you come here, you'd like to see how these concepts can be transformed into a kind of real prototype, right? So that will be the overall idea. And all of you have by now, I think you have received the schedule. So we have kept eminent speakers, national and international speakers. You may see that there are participations from Singapore. There are participations. There are talks from Germany. Okay, so we have really gathered a few very good speakers who are working in the cutting edge areas of this, semiconductor devices and simulations. And we are very fortunate to have an entire full session of two very important software related to this nano device, VLSI. They are going to give you the hands-on sessions. My request to all the participants will be we have planned how exactly we are going to distribute the licenses. The licenses are very limited. The entire IIT Guwahati INOOP team has been working hard for last 15 days in order to make sure that all of you are able to really do some hands-on using those software. Okay, either you do it by hands-on or say in your institute you join a few of your friends together, 3-4, you do it together, or you follow in YouTube or Facebook, which will be available online to you during the demonstration. Okay, so all these possibilities have been opened up, especially in the second session of the day 2 and day 3. And then, you may see that in day 2 and day 3 also you are having a very good, talks about different fundamental as well as advanced aspects of 3D materials and nano devices. Okay, so I hope that, all of you will participate with a lot of energy, a lot of, enthusiasm. And then it is very, very important to note here that during this process, if I just go back to the first day, you will be taught also, you can see that you will be taught also how to write a research proposal. Okay, so these small things have been integrated. And after you finish this particular workshop with all the things that are detailed, right? So you will be given a quiz paper also. So those quiz papers will have certain questions associated with these lectures, associated with these trainings. It will be multiple choice, question papers. It will be held online. And it is very, very important that you attend all the sessions. Why? Because it will be important that, if you do that, then only you will be able to answer those questions. So at the end of the whole workshop, you have to do two things. You have to appear for this quiz, and you have to also submit a research proposal. So the next level, when you are going, say suppose from online to offline workshop will only happen. There are two benefits of it if you do it sincerely. Next level, you are going with a qualification. There will be a cutoff because that if 300 participants in the first online workshop, there will be about 600 participants in 2. So out of that, we'll be only selecting 50 to 100 for the offline workshop. So this cutoff will be made based on your marks in the quiz and based on the proposal, the quality of the proposal that you are submitting at IIT Guwahati. So I request all the participants to really sincerely attend all the talks, note down all the details that has been discussed. Okay, and then develop the research proposal and submit. This is the benefit number 1. What is the benefit number 2? You will also get NSQF certification based on these markings and all, right? So essentially, this particular 3-day package has been developed, keeping in mind what is there in the qualification criteria for this NSQF certification. So there it is written that you have to attend this many hours of lectures, online lectures. You have to really do yourself this many hours of research proposal. You have to submit a research proposal. You have to appear for quiz. So with this type of schedule, we are keeping those numbers into mind so that, once you do this thing, once you qualify this particular online workshop, you will be really able to get certain credits associated with this NSQF certification, right? So I expect that all of you will be attending this workshop very, very sincerely and will live up to the expectations of the organizers, okay? Right, so once you are through with the online workshop, okay, you are going to call to IIT Guwahati and then you will come here for a week, and then you are going to have you are going to learn different tricks associated with the clean room etiquettes, lithography processes, deposition systems. You will learn a lot of characterization techniques, computations you're already learning, productization, patent writing. So essentially in the offline workshop, you will be going into the clean room. You will be looking at the facilities. Students here, the teaching assistants here, the staff members here are going to demonstrate you what is happening at the level of laboratory, doing some experiment, showing you how to do the things. Okay. And then side by side, you will be developing your research proposal on the idea that right now you are sitting in your home. Okay. So point is that you have a very good idea. Okay, you get some fundamentals done, you refine the idea in the online workshop. Then when you come to the offline level, you look at the facilities, and from the facilities, you try and refine your idea so that you are implement a part of that idea at the Nano Center of IIT Guwahati. And while you are here, you will be given some faculty mentors from IIT. Okay, those who will be handholding you with your idea to make sure that your ideas are sharpened and made more practical, right? So it's an iterative process, and by the time the next level, you go to the next level, which is the hands-on training. In this hands-on training, again, you are going to come to IIT for 2 weeks. Now, in the previous case, you are only observing others are doing. In this case, you will be developing by yourself. The MOS devices, the MEMS devices, the SAW devices, the solar cells, the OLEDs, microfluidic devices, you are going to make on your own using some of the state-of-art techniques, right? And again, while you are doing so, you are going to refine your research proposal to the level of so that the research proposal leads to a publication, research proposal leads to a patent, research proposal leads to a prototype, and if not, that leads to a kind of translational product. And that's the overall objective the MIT is looking for. So, you do different types of, you acquire different types of skills in fabrication, testing, morphological, materials and electronics characterization in order to first develop which are the existing devices, and then, gel your idea, translate your idea into some of the new prototypes, products and publication. Okay. Now, once you complete the hands-on training, you will be submitting your final proposal. So your final proposal is starting right on 10th of December. And this is happening, say, about June of 2023, May or June of 2023. So you will get 6 months of time to refine your proposal from the idea level to the implementation level, which will be reviewed by, first, once you submit after the hands-on training, this will be reviewed by a group of faculty members here before you will be allowed to come here to implement the project in 3 months' time. And then if you are doing exceedingly well during your project, this will be extended to 6 months' time over a period of time. Okay. So overall, this is the agenda. So I really, thank all of you for your time, for your participation, and for your enthusiasm, to join us in this particular initiative. And I wish that all the participants will be very, very, enterprising in order to make sure that I like to see that sort of energy, that sort of perseverance, that sort of determination to, implement the skill that you are implement the idea that you are sitting with the skills that you have, into a kind of product and prototype at IIT Guwahati. And from our side, I'm more than 100% sure that the team that is sitting here with me, they will be with you. They will be helping you in order to implement your ideas at the level of implementation. Last but not the least, I like to thank the entire organizing team for working tirelessly for last, about a month during this planning stage and during the registration stage. Okay, right now I just see when I finish the lecture, it is about 157 participants, and I'm pretty much sure this will cross 250 by the time the technical session starts. And I wish that all of you be there in all the sessions, you listen to everything, because at some point of time you will be evaluated. And that's the most important part. Okay. So I again thank you. I again congratulate you to participate in this particular activity. I again welcome you on behalf of IIT Guwahati in order to make sure that you feel very comfortable. Feel free to contact us. We have already created a WhatsApp group for all of you so that you can interact freely with us in terms of any problems you are facing. All the staff members will be there with you to help you in implementing the software in your computer. Okay, if you have any grievances, you should be immediately writing. I'm reading all your messages. Although I'm not responding, I'm reading all your messages. Okay, so don't worry. Every point that you raise there, that will be taken care of on a war footing to make sure that you have a fantastic experience with this INUP workshop at IIT Guwahati. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic 3 days ahead in front.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for informative session and briefing participants about complete layout of the INUP I2I workshop and motivation behind the workshop and benefits associated with it. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Akshay Kumar, Head of Center for Nanotechnology, who will introduce you all to the Center for Nanotechnology and facilities present over here. So, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Saurav. So let me share the screen. So is this the, Rajan, can you please share the screen? I'm not seeing the option for entire screen. Anyways, so in the meantime, I would like to thank you all for joining us today for the online familiarization workshop. And is this shared now? I don't see a red border. Anyways, okay, fine. Sure. Let me open the laser pointer also. Yeah, I thank Professor Vimal Katia for joining us and Dr. Sangeeta Semwal for inaugurating this online familiarization workshop. And as Professor Deepankar Bandopadhyay has already introduced you to the INUP program, in this part, I want you to understand why is it important to know about the Center for Nanotechnology. In fact, as for the INUP program, I want you to ensure that you have all the infrastructure, facilities, and capabilities in terms of expertise to make your training for the INUP program a successful one. So the Center for Nanotechnology was established in 2004. And as you see here, we have the new building for the Center for Nanotechnology. And we have all the state-of-art fabrication and characterization facilities that are available. But then in terms of the team, I would like to introduce you to the team. We have a very vibrant, mercurial team spanning across various expertise, starting with Professor Arun Chattopadhyaya, who was the founder head, and then with other people such as Professor Ghosh, Professor Roy Paley, Professor Deepankar, and you have a lot of people coming with expertise from chemical engineering background, electrical engineering background, electronics engineering background, and biosciences background. So we have a very diverse team here, sitting with the very state-of-art expertise for doing cutting-edge research in the area of nanoelectronics, nanosciences, and nanotechnology. In addition, we have been associated with a lot of foreign faculties who are pioneers in their field, and some of them have already participated in the INUP program. They have spoken during the online workshops, they have spoken during the familiarization workshops, and some of them have been involved in hands-on training. But then with this set of expertise from in-house and from abroad and from across India, we have a very strong team to cater to the needs of the participants who are arriving from the INUP program. And our efforts towards this direction is amply backed up with a very strong team of staff members from the center who have been working tirelessly day and night to make your participation in the program a successful one. And not to forget to mention the efforts put in by the staff members. So these staff members, maybe you have been continuously communicating with either of them, either Martin or Franco or Emblem or Rajan, on various aspects of the during registration or at a later stage of your INUC training program. They are not only, you should understand that they are not only limited to INUC training program, but they have been contributed significantly on various other projects that I'm going to show you at a later stage that are involved at the Center for Nanotechnology. And we have a pool of very talented students. Currently, the count is about 50 students who are pursuing PhD, and you will realize at a later stage that when some of you come here for the hands-on training, you would be sort of mentored by this highly skilled students in accomplishing your targets. Right. So, as rightly said by Professor Deepankar during his talk, that we have a state-of-art fabrication and characterization facility, and this has enabled us to dwell into areas of electronics, materials, energy, healthcare, data analysis, sensing, and computing. So it is very clear that with such capabilities, with such expertise in diverse areas of nanoscience and nanotechnology, you would be able to cater, we will be able to cater to your project requirements when you come up with a suitable proposal. A brief introduction to various faculties. So for example, I work on molecular catalysis, nanocatalysis for fabricating specialty chemicals, whereas Professor Arun Chattopadhyay, I'm not going to go into the details. When some of you come here, you can actually meet them in person and discuss in detail on their research activities. So Professor Arun Chattopadhyay is Professor Arun Chattopadhyay.
समझ लो आदत पड़ गया ना तो मैं सो ही नहीं पाती हूँ.
Okay. So Professor Arun Chattopadhyay works on chemical locomotion, nanomaterials. Yeah. So participants, please mute yourselves. And don't mute me, please. I hope you cannot mute me. Yeah. Professor Arun Chattopadhyay is a pioneer in nanomaterials and nanoscience, with a particular emphasis on chemical locomotion, bioimaging with nanoclusters, chiral recognition, and so on. And we have experts in the form of Professor Uttamanna, Professor Deepankar Bandyopadhyay, who work on super hydrophobic surfaces, fluid dynamics, micro nanofluidics, right? Okay, I'll skip these videos. So Professor Partho has expertise in stochastic dynamics, soft matter, and Professor, whereas Professor Tapas does a various has expertise in fields varying from fluid dynamics to and nowadays he's even designing devices for point of care sensing. And Professor Ghosh has been a pioneer in cancer therapeutics, cell-to-cell communication, nanocarriers, nano clusters for bioimaging, and nanotheranostics devices. And Professor Biman Mandal has contributed immensely in the field of tissue engineering, electronic bandages, 3D printed scaffolds, bioscaffolds, and so on. Professor Arun Tej has started his career in nanoelectronics, working on membristors and related ASICs. Professor Roy Paley and Professor Namade are pioneers in VLSI SAW and MEMS devices. Professor Iyer is a polymer chemist. His focus is on organic field effect transistors, OLEDs, materials, organic materials for solar energy harvesting, solar cell devices, perovskites, and so on, whereas PAMU works in the field of capacitors and scaffolds for bone and related parts of the body. And whereas Professor Nagesh Pila, he is a chemical engineer. He works on biomass conversions, but from the perspective of the Center for Nanotechnology, he has expertise in generation of green hydrogen through water splitting reactions using nanocatalysts. Whereas Professor Ashok Kumar Das Mahapatra is a polymer chemist and computational chemist. Professor P.K. Giri also works on area of green hydrogen, nanomaterials, nanocatalysts for a variety of solar cell devices and water splitting reactions. So we have a lot of success stories. For example, in the time of COVID, when we had nothing to do, we utilized our time. For example, Professor P.K. Iyer and Professor Ghosh, they contributed immensely in generating this RT-PCR kits for detection of COVID, and they had been even supplied to most parts of Assam in collaboration with the state governments. Not only that, we have a lot of students who have done very well. They have excelled in their fields, and they have, in addition to graduating in flying colors, they have decorated various faculty positions and as industry leaders across India. And the activities that we carry out in the Nano Center, they are amply highlighted in the media. And you can see a few highlights here, be it either in the form of development of efficient methods for harvesting drinking water, or for the generation of specialty chemicals, or for the devices to detect bacteria and so on. So as Professor Dipankar Bandyopadhyay has already told, we have a lot of state-of-art facilities ranging from confocal microscope to masquerator to Raman spectra to laser micromachining techniques and so on, which encompasses the characterization as well as fabrication facilities. And some of these facilities are stationed in ISO 1000 and ISO 100 clean room facilities, which has been actually built with the able support of MITI and IIT Guwahati. So in addition to the INUP program, which was already discussed by Professor Bandyopadhyay, we have programs, we have Center of Excellences based on amply funded by ICMR and MITI in the form of ICMR Center of Excellence and Swastha. And we also incubate a few startups. We have a BioNest at IIT Guwahati, wherein more than 17 companies have been incubated. So notably, you might be happy to know, because this is one of the deliverables of INUP, that we have a lot of startup employment, and most of them are from the Northeast region, which is in line with the trust of various funding agencies. And not surprisingly, many of our efforts have resulted in very fantastic results. For example, here Sahil and his team, under the guidance of Professor Dipankar Bandyopadhyay, have developed a point-of-care device for detecting various biomarkers, and it is aptly called as MobiLab. So in summary, we have major projects at the center. INUP is one of them, but then we have a completely privately sponsored Center of Excellence in the form of Chemidist COE, and other Center of Excellences sponsored by MITI in the form of Swastha, N-Netra, and we also host a BioNest, and we are also implementing the Center of Excellences by ICMR. So with this, I welcome you all the participants again to the INUP online familiarization workshop. I hope that you do exceedingly well in listening to the talks, in in digesting what you have listened and in doing well in the quiz that is provided, so that you would be sort of filtered down to the next level, and then ultimately you would make it to our beautiful campus at IIT Guwahati, so that wherein in addition to learning, you would enjoy the beautiful campus and enjoy the hospitality here at the Center for Nanotechnology. So I thank you all again for participating in this inaugural session, and I give it back to Saurav for continuing with the rest of the program. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for your informative session. Now we will take a small break of 15 minutes and will again continue the session at 11:15 a.m. So thank you.
can I just share my slides and can I check it whether it's working or not?
Yes, sir. Just give us a minute.
So you will share from there or will share here from here? Utamanasa?
Uttamanna sir, are you there? Please mute.
Yeah, can you see my slides or not yet? Hello?
No, sir, we can't see it.
So I'm sharing this stuff. I'm sharing the screen, right? Not even now?
No, sir, till now it's not visible.
Now, sir, not now, sir.
So all set.
Then how to go forward?
Please share screen, Uttam.
I'm sharing the screen only.
We cannot see him. Share the entire screen. Don't share only the slide. Share the entire screen. Yes, now it is visible.
Can you see it?
Now maximize. Fantastic. Done.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah. Moderators.
Perfect.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the INUP I2I familiarization workshop. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Uttam Manna, who will give his invaluable insights on the topic of writing research proposal. Dr. Uttam Manna is an associate professor at the Department of Chemistry, IIT Guwahati, working on bio-inspired polymer materials, drug delivery, open microfluidics, and chemical sensors. Dr. Manna earned his MS and PhD degree from Solid State and Structural Chemistry Unit, ISC Bangalore, and received the Tolles Medal Best Thesis Award for the same. He did his postdoctoral research at the Chemical and Biological Engineering Department, University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA. He is a recipient of numerous national and international awards, which include INSA Young Scientist Award 2019, Bilateral Exchange of Academics Award 2019 from DAD, Germany, Humboldt Research Fellowship. He is also an invited fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry in 2020 and elected as a life fellow of the Indian Chemical Society in 2021. I now request Sir to kindly give his insights on the topic.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction, and I thank Professor Tej for inviting me for this particular presentation. This is way different than the research presentations, right? So this is little difficult. The writing research proposals nowadays, the scenario is such a way that getting funding is not that easy, right? Not only in India, in any part of our planet, right? But I'll just try to give a glimpse that, how to construct a research proposal. But this is not, the general one. I have taken some of the framework from a very well-known and funding agency of our country, that is ACRB. And then I'll also tell, what are the things we should trace upon to make this research proposal writing more convincing and clear. Okay, so before I go forward, I think I probably don't need to tell that why we need the funding, research funding, right? Still, just to start with, I'll start with this particular slide, right? Suppose you have thousands of idea and concepts, right? And you want to implement them, to materialize them, right? But what do you need? It's just the idea and concept? The answer is not, right? You need the manpower. You need to support your students so that they can basically get their financial supports and they can peacefully do the research, right? Not only that, you need the infrastructures, right? So that could be like different type of things, right? Altogether, like starting from instrument, consumable, contingency, what not, right? So to implement a research idea and all the way materialize that concept, whether it could be basic, depending on the basic science or material designing or molecular synthesis, it doesn't really matter. You need money, you need funding, right? So that is basically the key things, right? And that motivates us to write the research proposal to convince the funding agencies to get sufficient amount of money so that we can materialize our concept and idea. So I think you all will agree that we need to write the research proposal to get the money. There is no free money, right? So before we go for writing a research proposal, a very important thing is locate a granting organization or the source that funds the project, because there are different funding agencies and I probably have some idea. The research idea and then funding agencies, missions has to be in the same page, right? Should be coherent. So need to make sure that its mission align with my research plan or my idea. Otherwise, it will be very difficult, because some of the research funding agencies are with a very streamlined mission, right? What they want in probably next 10 years, 15 years and so, right? And my research plan probably not aligned with that. And simply, if you write the research proposals asking funding from that particular organization or the funding agency, you will not probably not in the right place to get the fund. Now, if you see, there have a different funding agencies in our country, apart from ACRB, DVT, or DST, right? There are many different type of funding agencies. Their aims are different. Like DRDO, they always work with the kind of defense related stuff. Now DVT definitely bio related applications or the fundamental works, right? And then if you see the ACRB is the science, technology, materials, all different kind of things, right? There have a naval research agencies, right? So there have a different aim, and top of that, like the MEIT, right? So they support that electronic and information technology related research, right? So we have to identify the organ with my problem or probably scientific problem that I'm going to address, the concept what I have, I'm going to implement, right? So before that, I need to have the problem, right? So that is some point get also very difficult, right? Define a problem, and that problem should have some relevance, right? We should ask like why our research or my research topic is important, and why the further research is required in that particular domain. This is very key and important aspects. Yes, I probably have some problem, but is that have a relevance in the current scenario? And if so, what is the hypothesis, right? Suppose you have a very nice problem and it's a very relevant. Now, very relevant, right? Now you need to execute. What is the hypothesis that you are depending on to execute or sort out that particular problem, right? So what theory you're going to test, or what basically you're building up or contributed to. It could be material, it could be fundamental, it could be what basic science, whatever it is, right? So there should be some hypothesis that is basically your major tool to address that scientific problem, right? Now, suppose just for giving a example, because our research topic, like our lab work on this bioins for liquid urine. So I have a little knowledge about these things, so I'll be more comfortable to talk relevant to that, right? So you know, like the many of the products, whatever you see, like starting from you get up from bed, you use anything you pick it up. Ultimately, the finished product, their weightability playing a very major role, right? Now the weightability what I'm talking about is basically bioins per some sort of special or super liquid weightability, right? And now if you see from last few decades, there are a lot of research on this topic. Now why you need more research on this, right? And which direction it could be useful, right? Is it durability, scalability? Is it like I can come up with something like which will be durable and scalable? Scalability and durability can be addressed simultaneously. Is it like just the weightability, or I can also associate some other important physical properties, so that I can have a opportunity to introduce some more functional materials for open up some new possibilities, the applications, relevant applications, right? So those are the questions probably I can ask. But then, like what will be like the basis behind that? Like how I can come up with some really functional material and associate two different kind of properties along with this weightability, or more properties along with this weightability, right? So there should be some hypothesis there to address that problem. So first I have to frame a problem, and then I have to realize that whether it's a relevant problem at the current stage. If so, what is the basis? What is the fundamental science behind this addressing this particular problem? Okay. Now, why does the funding agency support me, right? So when I'm writing the research proposal, because I need to ensure that, or you need to ensure that you have an important and fully considered plan to advance a valuable cause, a very relevant cause, right? And also you need to give them that confidence that you are the responsible and capable of realizing or materializing that plan. You are the best person to materialize, because you are the one who came up with that concept and idea, right? So you probably the better person to address that particular problem, right? It may be in collaboration with some particular other expertise, that's a different thing. But you have to give that feeling that you are the best person to implement that idea. So before drafting the research proposal, we need to ask following questions. This is very genuine questions: that who is your audience? Again, like where you are basically looking for getting this research fund, right? And what are the agency's mission and goal? These are like very important parameters, and in today's world, this is very, very important. So how much do these readers know about what you are interested in, or what about your research plan? And depending on that, you can give adequate background, right? So some of the cases probably, like you're coming up with some plan or some particular research, right, which you have already done, you have already executed. Now you have to present it, right? Now you need to know who is your audience. Depending on, you keep the background. Similarly, when you are defining or writing a proposal, you need to know who will be your audience, and how much they already know about this research field and topic, and accordingly you basically provide this background. Okay, that would be very, very interesting and important part of the like when you are introducing this particular research concept, because without this adequate background, some point it will be very difficult to explain how important this research, right, and what is the relevance of this research or the plan, right? And think closely like about how you construct your argument, right? And that is very, very, very relevant, because it's basically your reviewers. You have to convince those reviewers that this research plan, what you have, that is really relevant and fundamentally important and challenging, and it might open up a lot of possibilities in the future, right? Now, what are the particular expectation of this grant, right? Your proposals should adhere to exactly to these requirements, right? What, like the kind of the expectations, like what basically the funding agency is looking for. That if you can find it out, there are some target, like they're very specific special call for the this research funding, right? So if you basically meet that expectations, then the best possible scenario. That's what I can think of, right? And then how can you clearly and logically present your plan? See, like when you are introducing probably your research paper, it's a different way. Different people have a different way of introducing their story, right? So at some point they slowly kind of reveals that what is their story and what the breakthrough they got, right? But when you are looking for the research proposals, I think it has to be all to the point and a very clear, unambiguous, right? The reviewer should not feel any kind of complexity or difficulty to find out like what is the topic, what is the idea, how relevant it is, right? So you have to very logically you have to organize, so that like the proposals at some point it should be very predictable that okay, after this they should do it. So it should be very logical, once you started and define your problem, right? So this clear headings and leveling should be there. That is something is there. And as I said, like these grant proposals are direct and it should be to the point. And how do we establish your credential? That is very important, right? So not only the idea, I also need to convince the funding agency that probably I'm the person who can probably address this one, right? So you have to really convince that you are the best person to execute this particular research idea, right? Now the most important thing is the title. As like we all know, like probably in the entertainment areas, there's this movie, right? So the movie and then title, right? These are some point the title is so catchy, people even though they don't like the actors, they probably want to really see that what is the topic and how the things are going on, right? So similarly for your research proposal also, this title has to be very catchy and it has to be very convincing. And then the other important component is like your abstract, like actually your research paper is your article, and that could be like your project summary. Now, in a project summary, in that small window, you have to address all these questions. These are like kind of the questions which should be a kind of address in that particular project summary, and that is very important. That the first thing will start with like, what is the purpose or goal of your project, and the need of your addressing or the problem you are solving. Is it like this whatever you're talking about, is that something you really need to be solved, and after solving that things, it is something I'm going to get something which should be very relevant to our society. If it is something like applied topic, like you're writing this proposal for the applied topic, or it is the fundamental things, then also like like what would be the use of that particular tool. Just if you can somehow suggest it, like how this fundamental study will be useful, so somehow this correlation will be very interesting and important. And what are the expected outcome of your project, and how will you achieve them? So one thing is like this is the problem, and if that is addressed, this can be done. But how you are going to achieve it, right? That is also very important. Like the objectives you have to define, and then how you are going to achieve those objectives, right? I'll come back to that point again. And then how will you assess or verify the success of your project, right? So when you're proposing something and you come up with something, and you're addressing some of the problem, but how you also need to have some sort of skill to measure the success of your project, right? So some point it's very easy, some point it's very difficult, right? Because it's in some topic, I'll definitely not going to take some name here, that would be like not good. There like this, the kind of deficiency or something could be kind of the skill which eventually tell that this is the things they have stretched further, and really got this particular proposal is successful. Or you set this objective such a way that they can be quantified, like you can easily quantify the success of your proposal. This is very important issue. And then why is your project important, right? That also you have to define. And then again, like the first thing what we said, that what are the goals of your project. So that is basically your objectives, and you have to, this should be like you should number it down, like not just kind of one or two sentence and writing your objectives. You have to specify your objective, that what are the things you're going to address through these proposals, right? And then keyword, right? Select the keyword and relevant word which would be very catchy for your proposal, so that like when someone wants to send your proposal for reviewing, they will choose a relevant or the reviewer which will have expertise on those topics. So selecting these key words is always very important. But some point we don't give much attention to this, but it's a very important, and it's very convenient for those who are sending out your proposal for the review, so that he or she can identify who will be your expert, who will be the expert for reviewing this particular proposal. You should not go into the people who doesn't have at all the expertise on this particular thing. So it could be then both way it would be a problem, right? They will not probably able to assess the relevance of your concept and the problem which you are defining in your research proposal, right? Then expected outcome or output of these proposals, right? Again, I'm telling the same thing, that what are the goal of your project, and that's the it is, right? People will always ask you like, what you are coming up at the end, what are the things I'm expecting at the end, right? So that is the questions will be asked again and again in a different form, right? And what will your project outcomes be, right? And then how it will be relevant for certain specific applications, which will be measurable and achievable, realistic, and timely, right? So that grant proposals you have to come up with. It should be like the things is written here very nice way that that the grant proposal outcomes should be SMART. S stand for specific, M stand for measurable, A stand for achievable, R stand for realistic and timely. So the outcomes would be SMART, right? It not just the literal meaning of SMART, the SMART meanings here like the specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and timely, right? And then the next point is the theme of the proposed work, right? This is also another important thing, like whether is a basic science or is a material, even if it's a material, what type of material it is, right? Whether it's a coating or is this the kind of photovoltaics, catalysis, what exactly it is, so that theme of this proposed work has to be cited or mentioned when you are drafting your research proposals. And then collaboration, right? You can write the research proposal alone, or you can form a team, and your research proposals should be such a way that in collaboration you are going to address some key issue and challenge, and that's something most of the funding agencies kind of encourage to come up with a teamwork and do the collaboration and define like who are going to contribute in which extent, right? So the job role, that is very important of each of these collaborators, right? And then origin of these proposals, then again you have to define, you will get a little more space, and there you tell that how, like, what are the basis behind this particular problem and why this problem is important and how you're going to address these things, right? And to emphasize that particular point, you also need to see from the reviewer's point of view, right, how they will judge, right? So you need to also provide a review of this research and development of this proposed work, right? That has to be that has to have this national and international status. Okay, the importance, it could be journals, patents, whatever it is, right? That you have to provide. And then importance of this proposed project in the context of this current status. You have some research topic, you identify that stuff, the problem, but how relevant at the current status, right? That is important. And then once you basically identify that, you convince that part, you are convinced with that, then you have to come up with this working plan, which will be depends on some of your hypothesis, right? That how are you going to achieve those outcomes of objectives, right? That is very, very important point. And how will you measure or recognize your project achievements, like what I've already said, like that is basically the place. As you may consider that the objectives are basically the measurable or recognizable project achievements, right? And you can be sure that your project will be productively response and and it can be identified easily, right? The outcomes. Okay, so this is very important. And then the time schedule of each of these activities, right? You give this milestone through the bar diagram, where you will have a time scale, and then each time scale, it could be quarters or months or whatever it is, and then you set the time frame that what are the job you are going to execute in that time frame. Mostly the research proposals are funded for 3 year or 2 year, or in some point like 4 to 5 years also. So it's very important that in which time frame, what are the portion of your proposed idea will be executed. And then suggested plan of action for utilization of the research outcome expected from this project, right? So at the end, you will definitely come up with some outcome, right? And then what will be the further utilization of those outcome? Who are going to use that? Who will be the interested on your project outcome? That is very important, that you have to identify, and you have to provide the details relevant to that. And then when you were basically defining some problems, it should not happen that through your process, or when you are using some chemicals or even the material, whatever you're preparing towards the end, that should not have any negative impact on the environment. there should not be risk involved, right? So when you are doing the research, we also need to take care of our environments, right? Our ecosystems, right? So that is another important part. And then another most important part is the expertise of the PI. Right? Some point, like you write, you find out a very interesting research problems, and you are unable to convince the funding agency that I'll be able to execute that proposal. Some point they said like the PI doesn't have adequate expertise to execute these things, because when they are giving you the money, they will also need to have a confidence that you will be able to execute that stuff. So in that case, like suppose you don't have much expertise on that area, so you can always do some research on that direction, very basic preliminary things, just to convince that this is can be doable and you can probably able to execute if you get adequate infrastructures and funding, right? So that's the reasons some sort of preliminary data that will always help to push your research proposals, and that should be included. And then even though you don't have this the past history or expertise on that particular topic, still you will be able to convince that I already did something on that direction and this is very promising, and the research idea could be executed, right? And then summary of the role and responsibility of the investigator. So at this point, like suppose like I come up with some addition to this expertise of PI. Addition to this point, I should also mention that suppose I come up with something and then I cannot really deal with that research plan alone, right? So I'll look for some collaborator, and then I'll convince that this is the part I'll do and the other part will be done by my other collaborator. So that role also need to be defined and presented in proper way in these research proposals. And then the budget, that is the last part, like when you convince your funding agency about the novelty of your work, I know it's be doable, and then you can execute it. Everything is now set. Now you come to this budget, and you have to make these things very clear that what you are asking for and why you are asking for that particular things, right? So that you have to basically justify that budget, right? It cannot be absorbed. It cannot be like arbitrary. So it has to have a proper plan when you are also proposing your budget, right? The general tips are like pay attention to the agency's key interest, organize the ideas through number listed. This is very important, right? Suppose like this project, 3 main goals are there or 3 major objectives are there, right? And these plans involve the 4 stages, and then what are the methodologies you are going to apply. And some point, some funding agency also encourage to include your plan B, right? When you are coming up with the method A, right? You're showing that this is the methodology I'm going to apply to sort out this, right? And some funding agency might ask like you have a plan A that might fail, right? So what you have other contingency plan. So it's better to provide other the pathway and kind of alternatives routes to address the problem what you are going to do. So it will be very easy and convince, like it will be very convincing and easy to convince the funding agencies if you place these research proposals in 2 or 3 different stages, right? Suppose like initially you're looking for material development, and then you're doing the property of the characterizing or you're identifying its properties, right? Optimizing its properties, and then it's the application of that properties, right? So this is the way also you can basically classify these 4 stages, right? And then the methodology, what I said, like you should have 2 or 3 different contingency plans, like plan A, plan B, plan C, right? That kind of stuff. And write carefully, customize the proposals. It's not that like always it will follow a streamline one general pathways, right? So it depending on like the mission, you might need to be customize the proposals depending on the need of this, funding agencies, protocols, right? And go after grants for all sides. Not that always I look for like big funding, right? Also like probably important at the at least at the early stage of anyone's career, that targeting some of the small size grant, right? So there probably the possibility of getting things will be easier, and then you earn the confidence, and then later on you go for the big projects, big grants, right? Or it could be like parallel also. Another important thing of success in any place, that is, don't give up, right? Keep working and keep writing. So that is most important thing if anyone trying to get success, right? Whether it's in your research work or it's in proposal writing, right? And then this is the platform where I'll also try to showcase what we are doing. So here in IIT Guwahati, we're working on this 1,4 conjugate addition reaction. So from last 7 years, we're basically working on this simple chemistry and trying to derive different kind of bioinspired weightability, which are associated with different kind of physical properties, so that meaningfully we can use it for the chemical sensing or oil separation or strength sensing, or even like addressing some of those this mechanical tolerance and all. They should be mechanically very tough and hard materials, right? And this is very important portion, the acknowledgement. When I was just trying to prepare these presentations, I was looking for some of these, basic materials or suggestions from expert peoples, and so I found like one of this particular piece of information from Professor Kate from University of Wisconsin Madison, and this is basically kind of the blog where you can go and visit www.writing.wisc.edu, where there are very interesting and important suggestions are provided for writing a nice research proposals. And addition to that, I'd like to thank INUP and entire organizing committees and the conveners and head of this center. And I also like to mention that we're also writing proposal and getting some fundings from the ACRB, BNRS, MEIT, and DBT. There are some of the private funding agencies are also there. These MRPL, Resil, Chemdist, and Tata Chemicals, and so these government funding and industrial funding collaborations, these are like all important to attract the funding, and so that you can basically implement your research plan and ideas. Now, having said that, this whatever the research proposal I have said, these are more meaningful, like when you are going to convince your government funding agencies. When it's coming to the industrial funding agencies, like the kind of the requirements are way different, and that I'm not going to cover it here. So with that, I thank you all for your kind attentions, and then if they have something, some concerns, I'll be very happy to address them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful talk on various components and aspects associated with research proposal drafting. I hope the participants are enjoying the session. I request all of you drop your queries in the chat box. I request participants to keep them muted to ensure a smooth flow of the workshop. Now we welcome Professor Bhimalingam Chetri, sir, to address the gathering. Professor Bhimalingam Chetri is currently an assistant professor at Department of Physical Science, IISER, Kolkata. He obtained his BSc degree in physics from Sadhana Degree College, Khammam, India, followed by MSc in physics and PhD in physics from School of Physics, University of Hyderabad, India. He also did his postdoctoral research at Center of Human Interface Nanotechnology, Sung Kyung Kwan University, SKKU, South Korea, and University of Seoul, South Korea, and also a research professor at Natural Science Research Institute in the Physics Department, University of Seoul, South Korea. He was also visiting postdoctoral fellow at University of California and University of Texas, USA. His research emphasis is on 2D materials, discovering superconductivity in graphene more superlattices, harvesting of strong magnetism in nanomaterials, tunable 2D magnetism spin field effective transistors, designing of rare earth elements from permanent magnet, pressure induced effect in the properties of solid state materials, electronic bonding and optical properties of functional materials. So now I would like to invite Professor Bhimalingam Chetri and request him to kindly set his invaluable insight on the topic quantum theory of functional material for energy storage, magnetism, and superconductivity.
Hello?
Hello? Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the screen is visible now.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so shall we start? It is little bit early, 12:15, something like it is announced.
Yes, sir. You can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, let me congratulate all the audience who are participating in this wonderful program, and where you have been serving with the 2D materials, the rich properties and advanced properties that can enable us to go and build the advanced and the smart industries and also smart environment. Here, today I'm going to present some of the quantum theory of functional materials, especially in the direction of application in the direction of energy, magnetism, and also superconductivity. My plan of the talk is I'll be giving an introduction about what is quantum theory and the functional materials. Then I will be moving into the latest topic on gate tunable topological properties of the 2D layers, graphene and beyond graphene. And also then I will discuss about magnetism in 2D layers and conclude with energy storage. We all know the theory of materials, especially its physical properties, involves with a quantum mechanical approach is the quantum theory of the materials. That means if at all we wanted to discuss about properties of any given material, if we involve quantum mechanics, then we say that it is quantum theory of the material. It is well known, everybody have some idea of where this quantum phase really exists. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I am unable to see my mouse because that is important to. Is it something I need to do? Okay, so it's some problem with that. So at very low temperatures, we can see the condensation of the quantum, and there we're able to see the phase of matter, which really involves the quantum phase in quantum.
Devalingam,
Yeah.
sir,
Yeah.
you can try the laser pointer if your mouse is not there. You can try sharing the screen instead of the presentation once. Share the entire screen instead of only the presentation. Maybe the pointer might.
Yeah, I was trying to do the same thing. Let me stop sharing here now. Okay, and open. I'm trying to share it. Desktop or window, that is saying entire screen. Yes, I selected for entire screen, and this is what I can see here. And I can see here, but the moment when I go into the slides, then I don't see. And there is a maybe some problem with the properties.
Okay, this is Apple system.
Yeah. I can
Okay, sir,
understand there's a problem.
Yeah, we'll see from here if there is anything we can do. You please continue with the talk, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, at the very low temperatures, we happen to see these quantum phases that very well we know. So there are other phases of the matter, of course, the plasma and the gas, liquid, solid. However, the quantum phases is allowed to observe any one of the any phase given of the material. However, these quantum phases basically split into different interactions of the materials, especially when you take the magnetic materials, this is through the magnetic exchange. And I take the electron gas in the form of solid or liquid or any 2D layers, it is in the form of interaction through the kinetic hopping.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah.
There is one toolbar on your screen. If you can hide it at the bottom of your screen, if you can click hide.
Yeah. Now
Teams Microsoft. Now can you check once?
No, I can't see this. Some problem with the presentation.
See in the list files and facts of business. Dr. Kalpana, please in the list of companies, shortlisted for the consultancy. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, your mic is mute.
Request to unmute.
Sir?
Just to unmute, yeah.
Sir, can you unmute?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to interacting, displaying, okay. Show monitor. Okay, hopefully that will work. Yeah, now it is working. That's great. So these quantum phases can be having different applications. Of course, if I take the materials, the magnetic materials through the exchange coupling, and the 2D electron gas through its kinetic hopping, and the interaction among the materials are the atoms or the electrons through the Coulomb interaction, and the lattice geometry itself is a function of the dimension, and also spin orbit coupling that we all know there's interaction between the electrons and the orbital. However, these interactions are purely at textbook level, one can understand, but from there we can also directly go into the direct applications like the exchange coupling will give you the magnetic properties of the materials that can be used as a device, data storage device in any smart material or smart devices kind of thing. And also we can have other varieties of applications like quantum liquid crystals, quantum ordered disordered magnets, unconventional superconductors, and the topological protection can be understood from these quantum phases. Correlated and insulator and Fermi and non-Fermi fluids can be understood from this one. And in the 2D materials, especially the charge and the spin charge density waves that help explains the exotic properties of the 2D materials. However, nevertheless of that, if we have these kind of properties, we will be having of dealing with magnetic electronics, topological electronics, and quantum computing, which is a recent Nobel Prize of this year in physics has been awarded in the quantum computing. This quantum theory is directly have a fundamental links to the quantum phases that we are achieving in any one of the material. And Motronics, this well-known old subject. The applications of these quantum theory is that we'll be having a low energy, cost energy harvesting. That whatever the energy that we are harvesting, it will have a low energy cost. And also effective electronics and spintronics information technology, quantum magnets. But however, these all quantum phases basically depends on the properties of the materials itself, of course, but the material's utility purely depends on its tunability of its physical properties, thereby towards the device applications. During the Nobel Prize announcement in the 2010, after knowing the usability are the applications in the graphene. In the Nobel Prize committee, they announced that we can have touch screens with the microelectronics, composite materials, tablet computers, solar cells, watches with the calendars that can have smart watches, and a flexible light panels, mobile phones which are the touch screen, and electronic payment. All these are today are achieved already. Not only just using a graphene, but the existing materials, though in the bulk form, are always are already they are serving all these applications that we have been enjoying now and today. However, if you go back along in 1963 and 61, where once the first time the transistor is invented, and it has taken a lot of phases to come up to a microchip, and the processing of a microchip leads to have a different kind of steps, such as one has to start from the wafers and to the making it feasible for the device applications, and also it involves several kind of stages like masking, etching, and the doping, and finally testing before it is sending towards a device. So that means whatever the material that you are taking, and if you find that some functional materials are functional properties that it has, but it also have a degree of freedom of tuning its properties by changing its maybe by structure, by physical properties like by applying some strain, or maybe subjected to the temperature, or maybe subjected to the carriers itself, whether these properties are still show the similar kind of application that we dreamed for. So that means the functionality of materials depends on the tunability of structural properties to have a new crystal phases. Of course, the tunability of compositions to have new applications of technology, and the tunability in the physical properties to have a new technology that can help us to go into the miniaturization devices, and also electronic properties to achieve new quantum phases like quantum information and quantum technologies, such kind of thing. So this is about the functional materials. So coming to the 2D functional materials. So whenever we talk about the 2D materials, there is no chances that we cannot skip the graphene. So graphene is the open door. This is the first point to open towards the 2D materials itself. We all know graphene having this hexagonal symmetry with the two sublattices different can leads into a Dirac cone bands at the two different values, and these different values have given the highest mobility of charge carriers compared to the silicon. However, the degradability of this graphene is whenever you place on any substrate, so these properties are found to be having a degrade. So we need to search for different ways of how to use the graphene itself. Of course, there are other applications also towards a bilayer, and there we can see the quadratic bands. Again, they have different applications, and nanoribbons have shown that the zigzag nanoribbons have the edge states which are topological in nature. That has opened up a different dimensionality towards the low energy harvesting actually in the 2D materials itself. However, after the graphene, there have been enormous of expansion of the 2D materials, which is beyond the graphene, that actually have a different properties and also tunable flexibility to design new device applications, such as dimensional control, composition tuning, external field tunability to actually read exact electrons that to be used in the transport, and structure tuning itself, and the hybrid assembling of different 2D materials in a single compact and used for another applications. So this has opened up several doors, so that there will be an enormous of research one can go into and search for the material that is useful for your application. So far we have learned about the quantum theory, and also we learned about the functional materials, and also in the view of 2D materials. However, to understand this quantum theory and to design or to redesign these functional materials, we need core and advanced quantum mechanical methods that are the basic tools to study the quantum theory of functional materials. So in that direction, I try to keep that level of methods into two divisions. The quantum mechanical methods are divided into two divisions. Basically, one who would deal with the wave functions and then also do directly artifact calculations and this MP2CI calculations. The other direction is just instead of taking the wave function, we take the electron density as a fundamental property of the material and then do the advanced quantum mechanical methods, which is called density functional theory and also time dependent density functional theory, that will help us to understand these properties. So let me uh, keep them in a different methodologies. First of all, we can directly use ab initio theory based first principle calculation to understand its quantum phase purely from the density functional theory. Or if we wanted to understand for the many atomic systems where it can have a large applications like which involves the transport, okay, there in this case we can directly use the many body tight bending calculation but taking the inputs from the ab initio theory. And other method of calculation is many atomic simulations for large scale applications such as thermal properties or thermal conduction kind of thing. We can use either combine the ab initio theory and also molecular dynamics together and one can achieve it. So let's go into a little bit details about these methods. So if I take the ab initio theory based first principle calculations, we all know Hanberg, Kohn and the Kohn-Sham, they proposed their theory and mechanism in 1965, and their Karp-Perennial has come up with a simplest method that can be taken into a classical molecular dynamics in 1985. Then later on, the pure ab initio calculations have been developed using a generalized gradient approximation and local density approximation and taken to a computation level where everybody can use it, and there is evolution of computer power. Then altogether it is made us to realize that the density functional theory can be used for every material in this world in different approximation. One can really understand the properties of the materials. So in 1998, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry is announced based on the density functional theory and its applications. Now we have been using a lot of codes like EBINIT, WASP, CASTUP, Quantum Espresso, CPMD, and SISTA, Crystal, and FPLO, VN2K. And in this FDP program itself, you are going to understand another wonderful tool called Rescue, where you can actually simulate 2D materials for many number of atoms, like nearly thousands of atoms, without having any much problem. So that is a development now day-to-day life. So this is all development just before the 2000 years, but now in the 20 years past, like we have wonderful working tools based on the Python, machine learning, and several applications also one can directly link to the density functional theory. So what basically we do in the density functional theory is that we take input as a unit cell like lattice vectors and the basis, and we try to do some approximation. Suppose if I wanted to do metal calculations, we need to do some approximation that is related to their exchange correlation potentials, like GGA potentials or LDA potential you have to take. And the numerical approach, whether you wanted to do a different calculations, so that further needs some numerical approximation to be have a proper results. That like you have to take the energy cutoff, k-points grid, and self-consistent procedure itself. Self-consistent achievement procedure itself has to be varied from system to the system and property to the property and bulk to the 2D material and nanomaterial, even for the cluster system itself. So that all we give as a feed to the in the computer. Here I'm just showing the Quantum Espresso code, but one can also use the different codes. What are the output that we can get? We directly get the charge density, total energy, of course, wave functions and energies. From that, we're able to really understand the ways of the properties of material so that we can design or redesign the new materials for the better applications. The other method is many body tight binding calculations. Here we take the input from the ab initio theory, and we generally take these structures which are look very simple and try to write their structure factor and form a Hamiltonian and diagonalize it. There will be two different ways. One is direct real space tight binding calculations. Another is continuum model, where you can simply take the band structure nature close to the Fermi level. If I take graphene, near the Fermi level, we have Dirac cones. So this Dirac cones can be simply represented using a simple equation, and then you can formulate a Hamiltonian and diagonalize, and you can get the band structure of the graphene itself, which is comparatively DFT. This is very fast and very simple, and one can easily do in your daily computer and a laptop without having a much performance of the computing itself. So not only just graphene, one can also go for the bilayer graphene and also do similar kind of calculations. So it is not limited to only graphene and bilayer graphene. It can also do much better job for the MOS2, okay, heterostructure dichalcogenides, and also recent development towards the 2D materials is like twisted bilayer graphene, twisted dichalcogenides. All of them, one can also write a real space tight binding calculations and understand the properties of the materials. The other method is many atomic simulations for large scale applications, where we combine the ab initio theory and the molecular dynamics. So far we know there are two kind of methods, that is quantum mechanical methods and the classical mechanics. So classical mechanics methods are basically involves the force fields. The force field in the quantum mechanical methods are not equal to the force fields that are in the quantum mechanics. So in the classical mechanics. So if I wanted to make them equal, I need to combine, take the inputs from the ab initio theory, and then formulate the force fields in the molecular dynamics. Then you will have a force field that can match ab initio and also molecular dynamics. Then you can make use of that and simulate the materials itself. So here I'm showing simple example where you see, if I take the two twisted bilayer graphene on top of each other and subjected to the temperature, you see how these 2D graphene layers are getting flat from the corrugation structure to the flat structure as a function of the temperature. So this is in the matter of seconds. This kind of simulations can be done in the Lamb's calculations. Using Lamb's calculation, of course, the force fields have been developed from the ab initio input. Okay. So far what we have learned is we have learned about quantum theory, and also we learned about functional materials, especially for the 2D materials, and we also know what are the methods one can use are there readily available. But we are fortunately, if we have material that can be used any known methods, is always good, and we will be very happy to do it. But however, the research is moving so fast, the current possible available methods are not sufficient. We need to combine, we need to have a multi-scale modeling, and to do the multi-scale modeling, first of all we need to understand the ways of the functional materials properties. So with that, I completed my introduction. Then I'm moving to the gate tunable topological flat bands in the 2D layers. We know graphene, when it is invented, what is the main prominent result for that one is the graphene is just one atomic thick thin layer. But however, when it is subjected to the magnetic field, it's started giving the quantum phases. So that is one peculiarity of the graphene that one can see. Here you see the conductivity, which is found to be quantized as a function of the charge carriers in the presence of the magnetic field. So this quantization is telling that there is a continuous conductivity is possible in a certain energy levels, and there we can also have a different quantum Hall phases of the graphene itself, which is a single atomic thin layer, consists of only one element called carbon. So that is the fascinating towards the graphene. Of course, so we are not limited to that. That's what I meant to say. But first of all, if we understand what is happening in the 2D material, the simplest material graphene, then we can understand other 2D materials which are complex in nature. So what we have so far is that we have graphene, and if you place on top of boron nitride without having any proper alignment, or to actually not to degrade the graphene properties, the boron nitride sheet is the best suitable substrate to place the graphene on top of it, so that we can have a without interruption of the physical properties of graphene, one can understand and use for the device application. So here, if we see here, the Landau levels saying that the energy levels can be split further. So that is one can say with a non-zero magnetic field. But at the same time, if you take the graphene and place on the boron nitride, but now the boron nitride and the graphene are rotationally aligned. That rotational alignment, because of the lattice mismatch between the graphene and boron nitride. As we know, graphene is a different lattice, boron nitride is a different lattice, though they are having hexagonal symmetry together, but the lattice parameter is having a small mismatch. That leads to a Moore pattern itself. So again, under the non-zero magnetic field, you see there is a mini bands pattern as a function of the magnetic field strength to the energy. So we see oscillator butterfly mini bands here. So the spectrum of the graphene is entirely modified here. That is one peculiarity about the graphene itself. So we can say that graphene properties can be easily tuned here by just applying a magnetic field. So that is one important thing. But recently, that is, we have moved further. Just we have to take the two graphene layers on top of each other instead of boron nitride itself, and have a little mismatch or little orientation that will leads to, again, mini bands here are called flat bands without having any magnetic field application itself. So that is another wonderful thing that we can take. The important point here we need to understand is, in the two cases, we need a experimental setup where the magnetic field can be applied to the sample that you have prepared. But in the other case, the new case, that you need just two graphene layers and twist them with a very, very small twist angle, let's say close to 1 degree, then you can see the mini bands here. So we'll see further what is the importance of these mini bands, why actually we need the mini bands. So this has been observed in a different structures like twisted bilayer graphene, the first kind of material. There we also have family of materials that I'm going to discuss about it. But the other kind of family is the trilayer graphene, which is placed on the boron nitride. Again here, the magnetic field across the samples, if you apply, you started seeing this superconducting phases. And of course, in the twisted bilayer graphene also, we start seeing the superconductivity. And also, not only limited to the graphene, as I mentioned, it is also went to the heterostructures of the dichalcogenides, where if you take the WSC2 and MVS2 and twist them, and even without twist also, you can see there is a superconducting phases that are coming. Here we show the resistivity drop. Of course, that is nothing but indication of the modern insulating phases that to be again conformed further. So if you see for the twisted bilayer graphene, the twist angle is 1.1 degree, very, very small element, small mismatch, whereas the ABC trilayer graphene, which is on boron nitride, that we don't need any twist angle here, without any twist angle, but just we need an applied electric field that is to be needed to see the superconducting phase here. And for the twisted dichalcogenides, heterostructures, so we also need electric field, but the twist angle is very, very large, like 5. So comfortably you can twist these two layers 5 degree, then you can still see this resistivity drop into the system. So let's try to understand what is the mechanism that is happening here. So if I take interacting electrons that are in a square lattice here, and if you write an Hubbard model for it, so you don't need to worry what is Hubbard model and all. So simply you need to connect them, connect their kinetic energy of the each individual particle that is in the square lattice, and also their Coulomb interaction, the Coulomb energy because of these two electrons. So this is the Hubbard model here. So this is a general description of the interacting electrons. So we have electrons which can hop from one lattice set to another lattice set with energy T, and also have a Coulomb energy here. Suppose this setup is subjected to a carrier doping or a pressure or any temperature, then what happens? This entire scenario will be disturbed. Imagine that the disturbance will happen so that every atom or every electron in this pattern has started behaving independently, can only hope between the two lattice sites, but never allows to have a double occupancy. In such case, the movement of electrons, or the hopping of the electrons from one lattice site to the another lattice site becomes strongly correlated. It is always look for the other electron, whether it is in the vicinity of hopping or not. If it cannot easily hop from one side to the another side, and it cannot have a double occupancy also. So they need some vacancies to hop. So that is nothing but a Mott insulating phase. So here it's very difficult to hop from one side to the another side. Let's suppose if we give the one electron into that kind of scenario. So then we never know that whether this electron can switch back to any one of the lattice site because it's a Mott insulate. But the excess electrons, it will have a phase transition. Then this scenario will be moved into such kind of scenario and try to form a new phase of the electrons itself. It may be superfluid, it may be Cooper pairs, it may be different electron phases. So these leads to exotic states of matter such as unconventional superconductivity or quantums in liquids. So this is something which is not regular in any material that we have been studying so far. So how do we have to formulate a method for it to deal and understand the properties of the material itself? So as I mentioned here, we can also take any number of layers and twist them accordingly. Like you can just twist one by one, or twist. If I take three of them, one will be twisted and two will be remain as it is, or alternative twisting. Like that, there are many possibilities, and this subject is now leading to have a new field in the condensed matter physics itself is called twistronics, that most of the people might have heard now. So if I take the graphene itself, the family tree of the twisted bilayer graphene can be classified into four ways. One is you can just take all the different graphene layers. You can have an alternative twisting. So every graphene layer you are stacking on top of each other can have an alternative twisting. That is one family of tree. And the another family of tree is that you take bunch of layers, let's say 2 layers and 2 layers and twist them, or 3 layers, 1 layer, twist them. Like here, 1 layer and the rest of the layers are not twisted. Just that is one family. Just 1 layer or top layer of all the stacked layers are being twisted. And another class of materials is that M and N, like bunch of layers, will be taken and twist them alternatively. And other thing is that like twisting them only top layers, not the middle layers, just top layer and the bottom layer that twisted, then that is one family of things. So these are the combinations that can be possible when you look into only graphene. But these kind of possibilities also happen for the hetero layers or TMDs or transition dihalogenates. Yeah, so all these possibilities like twisted bilayer, twisted trilayer, twisted tetralayer, twisted pentalayer, they all have shown the resistivity drop as a function of the carrier doping or the applied electric field. Okay. You see, if you take the twisted bilayer graphene, so this is the zero electric field and this is the zero carrier doping. You see the resistivity is peaking up at the zero without having electric field, without having any carrier doping. That means here you see you don't really have any conduction. It's like a gap kind of system. But when you go to the twisted trilayer, you see still you can see that there is a peak here. But twisted tetralayer, again you see the peak here. Okay, and yeah, and the twisted pentalayer, if you go here, there is no peak, that is disappearing. That means it is, so pentalayer, if you consider as like in the regime of the bulk, so you don't see any gap at the charge neutrality point without even applying electric field. Okay, just twisting can leads to the zero resistivity. That is one important point that we can keep. And it will worse when you go to the smaller and smaller layers of our few number of layers twisting. You actually need an additional displacement field to see the resistivity drop in the system. Yeah. Let's move on. Why the flat bands are coming? So if I take the two graphene layers, there are two graphene layers having a 2 Dirac cones together. So if I allow them to couple or hybridize using an interlayer coupling, then these close by interlayer coupling bands are just merged into each other and they are separate from the higher energy bands. You can see these dashed lines are the non-hybridized, and the pink lines says that hybridized one. They are separated from the higher energy. They're still isolated and they're becoming a flatter and flatter here. However, the Dirac cone still sustains in this case if you take the alternative twisted. But if you take the other layers like M and N layer twisted, then these layers are like having a quadratic. As we see for a monolayer graphene, we have Dirac cone like that, which is very steep. But bilayer graphene, we have quadratic bands. These quadratic bands again they will be hybridized, but when you apply the electric field, you see there will be gap, and you see there are bunch of or pair of flat bands that are coming into the picture. So basically, the flat bands, the origin of the flat bands, the origin is basically from the weak interaction between the two layers. So this is the first assumption that one can take. So whenever you twist them, there is a weak interaction that is happening among the each atomic pair that is to be strong enough when they are having static stacking. Yeah. So let me move on how to understand and how to formulate a method for it. So here Morel lengths are very large. They are almost in the range of nanometer to the micrometer. That means we need to deal with lot of number of atoms. That needs a multi-scale approach definitely, because quantum mechanics is more exact to the more number of or less number of atoms basically. And highly localized states. So when you twist them, so the flat bands indicates that there is a localization of the states. So these highly localized states need a different details of quantum limit, how it is happening. So we need a new approaches to deal with the Morse lattices. So like method development, methodology to tune the properties and discover the new phases and understanding how better we know them. Like that we need to do that. So far what we are doing is that if I take the two graphene layers and slide them relatively on top of each other, actually if you account the pair energy between the two sublattices from the each individual atoms, then we see there is an energy landscape in a periodic length. So along the A direction, we have a periodicity. Along the Y direction, in the √3a of periodicity, you see the energy is repeating. That means within a bilayer itself, the A and A prime, A is from top layer or bottom layer, A prime is from top layer. Let's fix this is A in the bottom layer and A prime is on top layer. So if we account this energy as a function of sliding, then itself we can see that there is an energy landscape that you can see that is periodic in nature further. So that one can easily map to the entire Morse system. So this is one predictive theory for the van der Waals materials. So what we do is we take that energy, pair energy between the A and A prime and map to the entire Morse superlattices using the effective way of dealing the band structure itself. So we take the ab initio theory, local electronic structure, and continuum model. We both combine them and then to deal with the Morse superlattices, which are periodic in nature. So that we take and we estimate the hopping energy between these interlayers from the different sublattices. If I take the two bilayers here, we have each individual layer having A and B sublattices, A prime and B prime. Then there will be direct interaction like A to B prime, A to A prime, like B to B prime and B to A prime. So here you see the Hamiltonian parameters like A prime, AB prime, AA and AB prime. Those parameters have been taken. Using these parameters, which is a periodic in nature, and we formulate them in a Hamiltonian equation, and that Hamiltonian equations can be subdivided into like on-site Morse potential and local gaps and in-plane stress. All of them will be combined in the Hamiltonian of each individual layers. So these each individual layers, which are having all this information, are combined into a twisted Hamiltonian, which is proposed by the Alan H. McDonald. So here, each individual layer which is having a twist are combined into the twisted bilayer graphene Hamiltonian independently, which contains all those information of hopping energies and coupled through a tunneling parameter called T. This tunneling parameter is the one that connects it to graphene layers which are twisted. As we know, in the 2020, the World Prize is announced for this theory for the McDonald and the Bistritzer along with the experimentalist called Pablo Jarillo Herrero. So with this method, one can actually get the flat bands of the twisted bilayer graphene. So here, the combination of DFT and also tight binding together, that we are able to estimate the band. So further, we have understand that how one can really move close towards the experimental findings. So there is a drawbacks in the McDonald's theory itself. It's not really wrong there, but the drawbacks is that they consider the twisted bilayers are flat. They're flat to each other. But however, in reality, they are not flat. As I have shown one of the animation in the beginning slides, that they are actually having a corrugation. So using that corrugation, one has to further make this T to be modeled differently, and that to be included in the twisted bilayer Hamiltonian, then estimate the flat bands. So here, if you see, as a function of the twist angle, if I account the width of the band that is close to the Fermi level, so if I go to the smaller and smaller twist angle, you see the bandwidth is fallen down further and further. Almost here it is not 0, but it is close to 10 milli electron volts. And further, the bandwidth is raised up even to the smaller twist angle. That is why the angle here, where the smallest bandwidth is achieved, is called magic angle. So if you further go and explore it, in the experimental paper, they have shown that at 1.05 and also at just above the 0.5 and close to 0.25, they have seen the fallen of the fat band as a function of the twist angle. So that's why they call this the magic angle 1, magic angle 2, and also this is called magic angle 3. Here I'm showing in the animation where I have used the Hamiltonian, the corrected Hamiltonian from the McDonald. And you see, as a function of the twist angle, these bands, how they are getting flat and they are separated from the higher energies. And then you see exact flat that you get. So with this, one can also say that how this is connected. So how this is really happening. But if you consider any bilayer graphene, either you will be having AA stacking or AB stacking in static stacking. But in the twisted bilayer graphene, actually, it's a combination of all the possible stackings that can happen between the two layers. So that is a combination of all this effect is giving a flat band for it. Of course, there should be an exact theory about this flat band is yet to come. Yeah. So we have flat bands and plus more that gives a strongly localized electronic states, and that leads to the modern insulating phases and the superconductivity. So other example that we are already mentioning about the trilayer graphene and boron nitride. So how one can understand. Here I'm just explaining that if you take the monolayer graphene, just you place on the boron nitride, and you see there will be a gap opening at the K point, whereas in the graphene layer we don't have any gap. So here there will be a gap that is close to nearly 20 milli electron volts. And also there will be higher energy gap opening, so that the bands close to the Fermi level are isolated from each other. So this is, we can see there in the trilayer monolayer graphene on boron nitride. So if you take the trilayer graphene, so in the trilayer graphene, if we place them like monolayer, bilayer, and trilayer, you see there is a fundamental Moire pattern that is already coming because of the lattice mismatch between the boron nitride. So the lattice mismatch that gives you that if I align one sublattice to the one of the sublattice of the boron nitride, what happens? The other sublattice doesn't really go on top of the other atom. And similarly, if you reverse this boron nitride together, and the other atom also doesn't goes on top of the next atom. So that leads to the two type of Moire patterns there, and they also have a physical properties differently. Here you see, I named them is equal to C is equal to 1 and C is equal to -1. C is equal to 1, you see the gap is larger, and C is equal to -1, you see the smaller gap. So that is what is the difference in the pattern. So in the same way, if you take the trilayer graphene and boron nitride and apply the electric field, you see the band is which is flat enough, and this flat band, when you look into the spatially located density of states, the mirror states are coming from AB stacking, which is peak here, and the very less stackings are coming from the BS stacking. So that is also says that it is different from the twisted bilayer graphene, and that also gives a flat bands here. And these flat bands, as a function of the electric field, are found to be further flat. Okay, this nearly almost 15 millielectron volts, and then further you can also go, it will go to the 10 millielectron volts, even 8 millielectron volts flat band. And again, I'm remembering you that the flat bands means we have more number of electrons in a very short energy range, and that is the key point to have exotic properties like non-insulating phases or superconducting, or to have a superfluids or so electron phases, different electron phase. That is why we are actually looking at the bands which are having a very, very flat. So if we estimate the Coulomb energy as function to the ratio of the bandwidth, we see the Coulomb energy ratio is going very, very small for the flat bands. So that means there you can see a strong correlation affects much better compared to the rest of the ratio. Yeah. So this is the achievement that we have flat band. Even sorry. Yeah. So we have flat bands plus more A and applying the electric field that leads to the quantum Hall phases. So now we completed the two parts of the talk. One is we have completed the introduction and also the gate tunability topological properties. Now let's move on to the other part of the talk, is magnetism in 2D layers. As we know, the graphene, of course, I begin with the graphene because graphene is the main door for the 2D materials and other quantum phases that can be observed in flat lines. Flat line means here 2D materials. So if I take the graphene, unless or until if a dope or have maybe make a vacancy, then only I can see a spin polarization of the atoms. So that is again, which is localized to a particular location. So suppose if I take a graphene which is having a many defects, it may show the magnetic signal that it is having a magnetism. But however, is that going to be helpful for us, for a device to be make use of it? It's not. Generally, this magnetism can be get rid as a function of temperature, or you cannot generally make use of this magnetism for a data storage applications, which is a much needed application in the day-to-day life. So we need a material where if you have a strong magnetism in the 2D limit, then that will definitely have a application in the magnetism itself. So there are other possibilities there. You can take the graphene and make a patch with a metal atom, like here they are making a patch with a iron. So that is also is done, but that is also not going to give you the magnetism that we are looking into. Okay, so that means we also have to find a material where it can give a magnetism, and that can be used for the device application. But however, theory for in the old days, it has been proposed that, and it is also true now also, that Ehrenberg and Merman-Wagner theorem says that if there is an absence of one of the dimension in the bulk material, so there will be a chances of reducing its the chances of reducing the spontaneous symmetry breaking in the lower dimensions. So that made lot of researchers to stop inventing or doing research in this direction, that there will not be any 2D magnetism. However, if at all, if we have a strong magnetic crystalline anisotropy in the reduced dimension, where this Ehrenberg-Merman-Wagner theorem can be overcome, and we can have a magnetism in the 2D materials. So the theorem itself gives that indication of that. So now we need to look for the material where if we have a magnetic crystalline anisotropy strong enough, or anisotropy in the spin direction, then definitely that can have a sustainable magnetism in the lower dimension, let's say other than bulk, like 2D or 1D kind of thing. So that implies that spin is at lattice set are isotropic, weak exchange coupling for nearest neighbors. But Ehrenberg model, if I take the Ehrenberg model and see if I simulate it, if you don't have any anisotropy, means isotropic, the spin can rotate any direction, any 360 direction, in all the directions of the lattice spikes, then you don't see any transition in the Hamiltonian. But if you introduce some anisotropy, then you see some of the critical temperatures that one can see here. Here I have simulated, I have taken a square lattice, I have taken the exchange coupling as just one and substituted in this Hamiltonian, but just tuning this an anisotropic term. So if I keep anisotropic term as 0, the KBT value is going to 0. Anyway, so this is not achieved using a mathematical calculation because that need large number of lattice sites. But however, if you see from here, the energy range, if I take as a 1, okay, the anisotropy as 1, you can see the KBT is equal to 1 here. And the moment when you reduce to the smaller value like 0.1, then it is dropped down and then further dropped down. So eventually one can actually achieve the 0, 1 if you take the very smaller values like 0.0001 kind of thing. But here the lattice size is only 100 by 100. In the calculations, we need to take 1000 by 1000, which is really computationally costly. That I have not performed it. But eventually, the trend is showing that it is falls down to the 0. That means if we have a very small anisotropy, in the other way around, so this third band, so it is 0.001 anisotropy, that leads to a 0.7 KBT, where the exchange value is just 1. So this is nearly close to the millielectron volts. Okay, so 0.7 millielectron volts of KBT leads to certain transition temperature, maybe close to 1 Kelvin, not 1 Kelvin, maybe near 10, 15 Kelvins kind of thing we can see. So that is what the importance of the anisotropy in the magnetic layers. If it is there, then we can get rid of this Wagner-Mann theorem. Then we can have a magnetism in the 2D directions. So keeping this in the mind, we have searched for the materials where we can have a magnetic crystalline anisotropy. So we have taken we had a survey of materials that can have magnetic elements like vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, and copper. So we have seen that monochalcogenides, dichalcogenides, trichalcogenides, and tetrachalcogenides. So trichalcogenides are found to be more promising. That's why our survey went to first for that one, and we replaced all the metal atoms in terms of vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, and other possible non-metallic atoms as semiconductor materials and chalcogenides. And then we have seen that they are found to be stable in the nature, and they also have a magnetic phases which are sustainable with a large energy range in the electron volts. Generally, magnetic materials have a stability of millielectron volts, but here you see they're in the range of 1 electron volts compared to their non-magnetic phases. So that is what I'm comparing here. So that means we will have 2D materials that can have magnetism and that can be used for the device applications. So if I take one of the compound like chromium, germanium, telluride 3, if I see what are the elements that are contributing at the Fermi level, so that I can do some Monte Carlo calculations. Here if I see that the strong contribution is basically coming from the d orbital of the chromium. Of course, you can see this tellurium also contributing at the Fermi level. But however, since the tellurium is not magnetic material, we confine that to the d orbital. The chromium atoms actually have a hexagonal symmetry in this composition. So using this hexagonal composition, we have estimated different magnetic phases like ferromagnetic phase, antiferromagnetic phase with a Neal arrangement and zigzag arrangement and the Strippy arrangement. From there, we estimated the exchange coupling parameters, then estimated the transition temperatures. But however, what we found that these spins are not like Ising. So their spins are like a Heisenberg, which can have tilt in the XY direction. It may not be out of the plane direction. So in that case, we need to have a correction to the Heisenberg model itself with a magnetic anisotropy energy, which is a direct output from the DFT. The direct output means this is the energy that we have taken from the DFT calculation, and you can plug into the Hamiltonian of Monte Carlo itself and estimate the transition temperatures. Here, if you see the transition temperatures, here for the vanadium silicon trisulfide, in Ising model it's saying 75.6, and in Heisenberg we see 37.1 that is coming into the picture. Like that, if you use the DFT plus U, the same material can show 123.5, which is very large, but in the Heisenberg it is much consistent, like 37 and 35 is a very small correction. In the other way around, the other material will show very low in the DFT D2, with just normal DFT, plus U calculation, you see the higher electric transition temperature. So with that, we achieved or we proposed almost 70 compounds that can show a promising magnetism and also a critical temperature that can be used for the device application. The other thing that I was talking about, the tunability. Whenever you need a material that you wanted to do for a device, so it has to be have a tunable flexibility. So here we change the carriers and see whether the transition temperature can change or not. So exchange is changing very slowly, but the transition temperature can go from 0 to or nearly subatomic current tens of Curie temperature, then leads to the room temperature as a function of carrier doping here for the chromium silicon telluride 3. And chromium germanium telluride 3, you can also go up to beyond 400 as just changing this carrier doping for formula. So, and also biaxial strain, generally that is what happens when you keep this sample and a substrate, there will be induced strains that are going to come into the picture. And there also you can see the temperatures go to the close to the room temperature by simply changing its biaxial strain. So with that, what I wanted to say that we have 2D materials that can also exist magnetism, and that can be used for the device applications like towards the spintronics. Here I have given some of the model saying that if you have a 2D material in the presence of ionic liquid, this ionic liquid can be used to have a carrier doping into it without having any problem. And then you can have a drain and source, and then you can always try to flip its magnetic material from, let's say if it is antiferromagnetic, you can flip to the ferromagnetic by just simply doping a 0.2 holes for formula. So there is a possibility of 2D magnetism. We can design the new 2D materials. We can also tune its properties by strain and carrier. We can also modulate its critical temperatures, and magnetic electric effect also one can be easily studied by applying at fields. So the futuristic direction for this one is a room temperature magnetism that we are looking at. Yeah, so the magnetoelectric response that I already mentioned here. So chromium triiodide by LES are found to be famous in the recent days, and it has a peculiarity that each individual layer goes to a ferromagnetic, but whereas if you bring the two layers together, when they face each other, they actually go into antiferromagnetic, which is found to be quite natural because they wanted to have a binding. So if at all two spins to be have a better binding energy, they should go to opposite direction. So that is what one can expect. So it is quite natural. Any electric field or carrier doping, this antiferromagnetic leads to the ferromagnetic coupling. So this is the experimental evidence. Do we have such kind of simulations one can do in the theory background? Yes, we can do it. So we come up with a simple parameter called the correlational function alpha that can directly change the spin component along the z direction by changing the Hamiltonian parameters with the help of electric field. So with the help of the electric field, what we see, if this exchange coupling between the interlayer and intralayer, the intralayer and the interlayer exchange coupling, their ratio, if it is small, their magnetoelectric response is found to be maximum. If they are having a strong coupling ratio, the exchange coupling having a very less. So this is a one kind of parameter one can really look into this one for a device application. So final thing is energy storage. I have nothing, means very little information about the energy storage in the recent days, but it has been done very long time that we have materials where we can store the hydrogen for the energy storage applications. For the hydrogen can be used for the fuel applications. So one can also do using a regular DFT calculation, but we are looking into materials where 2D limit can we have energy storage, not only just hydrogen storage, but lithium ion or a thermal energy storage for the device applications. So with that, in the quantum theory of functional materials towards application of energy storage, magnetism, and superconductivity, we need quantum mechanical methods to study the quantum theory of these materials. We have it, but we have to update day by day based on the properties that we are seeing from the experimental point of view. And the other thing is that the flat bands in 2D materials have, and we have quantum phases. So many available quantum phases are there. There's a spelling mistake here. So there is a available quantum phases. That quantum phases can have a different applications, like topological applications, or maybe direct quantum information and quantum technology applications. And we have 2D magnetism, and this 2D magnetism also have a we able to tune them with respect to the magnetization, like we can switch from antiferromagnetic to ferromagnetic, not only just magnetization, and also by biaxial strain we can switch their magnetic properties. So there are functional materials for a better energy applications one can also look into it. So with that, I thank the organizers and all of you for attending this talk, and especially I'd like to thank Professor Pamudi, IIT Guwahati, and also the organizing committee of this program itself, that making me part of this program, and also congratulating them for this successful event. And I would like to thank DST Sir for the financial support through Startup Research Grant, and also ISER Kolkata for initial startup grant to start my research work here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful talk. Now, we begin our question and answer session for this topic. So our first question from the participant, Brahma, is, he asked about what are the important tools for the TB theory for calculation?
Could you please repeat for me? What are they?
Yes. So he asked about what are the important tools we can use for TB theory calculation?
Yeah, so if at all you wanted to start a tight binding calculations, there is freely available called pi binding. I'll type pi binding. So this pi binding is readily available. You can directly use, but it is based on the Python. Okay, if you know the Python, you can make use of it. And there are available tools for graphing, tritalk generates also. Yeah.
Okay. So he also asked another question in which he asked that is there any connection between twisted and tri layers when they are connected?
Yeah, maybe
मीटिंग में हूँ मेरा स्टूडेंट आएगा इसको दे दीजिएगा
moving ahead to another.
आप
yes, sir?
हाँ मेरा ऑफिस के सामने रखो और मैं आ रहा हूँ
हाँ, so sorry. So twisted trilayer graphing, when they're connected each other, what it means, I really don't know about, but I can understand that. So when we keep the graphene layers on top of each other, they're actually connecting through the van der Waals interaction. Okay. So other layer, trilayer also will be in the same, like what I mean to say, like they're having a van der Waals interaction. The difference between the twisted bilayer graphene, twisted trilayer graphene is, in the twisted bilayer graphene, we have a one interface of the moire. In the other layer, which is if we are keeping in the trilayer, we have, like if I take 1, 2, 3, so 1, 2 will be having a one moire interface, and 2, 3 will be having a moire interface of. These two moire interfaces now having an interaction together. So that is how it is different from, yeah,
Professor,
from the twisted bilayer graphene and this. Yeah.
Professor, I have a query. As
Sorry?
you have, I have a query about the moire pattern. So, as you have talked about the stackings, so actually, suppose we have two layered materials like a bilayer graphene. Other is in a AA stacking, as you have shown in your PPT. When you twist one layer, it acts like a moire. And suppose we also do a different kind of stacking, like AA1, AA2, AB1. So how we differ, whether this stacking also be moire or either be a normal twist, basically only simple stacking. So how we could differ from them?
Okay. So one thing is, I was mentioning about, there will be two important things. One is static stacking. Static stacking means, so the two layers are having a fixed stacking. Okay. So that is different from the twist itself. In the twist, we have all possible stackings that a bilayer can make. Okay. So now how to differ from normal stacking bilayers to the twisted bilayer graphene? Okay. So if I take the bilayer graphene, we don't have any gap, and also the bands are quadratic in nature in the electronic structure. But whereas the twisted bilayer graphene, we have bands close to the Fermi level, they are flat. From the density of states, it is clear that from the for any stacking or AB stacked bilayer graphene, you see there is an increasing density of states. But whereas for twisted bilayer graphene, you see a peak at the charge neutrality point. So this is the way of identifying from the experimental point of view how they are different.
In case of tri-layer heterostructures, so whether we are adding the different kind of a multi-layers of the different kind of TMDs or any kind of material layers. So is it necessary to twist whether it will be a normal tri-layer is while we're doing a stacking? It is either be a Moore pattern.
Yeah, so normal, even if you take a two heterostructures, suppose if they are having a lattice mismatch. So if you place them on top of each other, definitely there will be a moire, or maybe part of the moire is there in your sample. Is that answering you? Like, is that answer for you? Question?
Can you elaborate more? I'm just a little bit confused while in doing a stacking or either in a moire, because when we're doing a multiple kind of a stacking, so we are also shifting a one layer from the bottom layer and same upper layer we are shifting. So whether be A prime to A B prime. So either when we're doing the moire, so and every stacking we have to rotate layer by angle to check the moire.
No. See, when there is a sliding, so the sliding happens only one time, right? So that leads to a defined stacking. Any one of the stacking it goes. Let's say if I take AA stacking and slide it a little bit, and it will go to intermediate stacking between the AA and AB. Now this stacking is fixed, and everywhere, even if you take the periodicity of that structure, then everywhere you will have a similar kind of interactions. But however, twisting is something different. If you twist them immediately, all the stackings that are possible by these two bilayers. When I say that statement, so you can achieve every individual stacking by sliding each graphene layer little bit. For every stacking, you have a fixed stacking that is resulting. Every sliding will give you a different bilayer, each individual bilayer is different. But when you twist them, it is not going to have any different structure. But all those different stacking that you achieve in the twist, you will achieve it at any instance of twisting. Okay, maybe the portion of the stacking varies.
In case of a tri-layer, professor, either we get into multi-layer, suppose. So when we adding above tri, so there will be 4-layer heterostructures combinations. So how could we differ from the moire? Either they are already in a different. So either we have to twist it the layer.
Okay, if I'm understanding properly, to get the moire, do we need to twist? No need to twist. Like if you have a lattice parameter difference, then it automatically you can see the moire pattern.
Suppose, Professor, suppose we have two TMDs material. One have a lattice parameter of 3, and other have a lattice parameter of 4.5. Yes, ma'am.
Vivek, we will like to stop you here because we have other questions also from the participants. You can ask the questions with sir in the chat box.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, Vivek. Like I understand that if we have a lattice parameter, definitely we will have a moire. Okay, like graphene and boron nitride.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So now there are some queries from the previous talk on research proposal for the Uttam Manna, sir.
Yes.
So is there Uttam Manna, sir, is available?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Dr. Beam, thank you for your talk, and you may any questions are there, you please answer them in online. They will be able to respond. And we thank you for your valuable time and the talk. Looking forward for your collaboration in future also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mamu. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm handing over to the chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
So the first question for Uttam Manna, sir, is from Ramya Sri. And the question says, how to protect our research proposal, IPR? Is there any measure to acknowledge it that the proposal is mine? It will not be used by someone else.
I think, like each this funding organization, they have their, the guidelines, and there are some ethics and guidelines that are already there. So ethically, no one should, copy that particular part, right? Even though they come across through this someone's proposals. Okay, now it may happen that what someone is thinking and they drafted the research proposals, it might happen that some other people also in that research area is also thinking similar way. So it's very difficult because it's a research proposals idea. So the IPR for research proposals in that way is not known to me. Suppose for if you are really thinking about something, you can one can really file a patent with a concept note. That is the difference. So that's the way one can secure the research idea. But as such, a research proposals securing an IPR, that would be difficult. Okay, there are a different way to do it. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other question?
Yes, sir. The last question for you is that how elaborate the research proposal should be. So the question is asked by Himanshu.
So many of these funding agencies, they also restrict with some certain number of word limits. So all of these points, the subheading what I have mentioned, whether the project summary to the project or methodology or whatever the stuff, they will restrict us. The funding agencies will be come up with their own format, and in that format there will be restricted by they ask us to restricted our write up with certain word limits. Okay, some cases like 2000, 1000, whatever the stuff, so we have to portray or represent our idea in concise manner to the point. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful talk on various components of research proposal drafting and addressing the queries of the students. So now it's time for the lunch break, and we will again continue the session at 2:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of INOOP I2I online familiarization workshop on 2D semiconductor, nano devices and simulation. I, Devika Adhyapak from the Center for Nanotechnology, IIT Guwahati.
And I'm Nithojan Somorjit Singh from Center for Nanotechnology, IIT Guwahati.
We will be your host for the session. So before we start, I would like to request everyone to mute themselves, and participants are requested to post their queries in the chat box if they have any. So to begin with, our first talk of the session is on non-linear spintronics for energy harvesting by Dr. Dushyant Kumar. Dr. Dushyant Kumar has worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the National University of Singapore. He completed his PhD from IIT Kanpur and master's from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He has contributed to research in topics like Hall effect, semi-metal, Fermi surface, Weyl semi-metal, and Fermi level. The speaker has an H index of 9, co-authored 19 publications, receiving 199 citations. With this brief introduction, I would kindly request Sir to enlighten us with our first talk.
Yeah, this is Dushyant Kumar. Thank you for the introduction. Let me share my screen. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Nonlinear spintronics. Let's say if I can say whether it's a promising alternative of energy harvesting or not. Should I on my camera also?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay, now it's on. I think I'm visible now. Okay, so I worked in National University of Singapore last 6 years and recently joined the institute in New Delhi. So I will be going through first introduction and then talking about the nonlinear spintronics, whether feasible or not for energy harvesting, and some introduction, and then finally concluding with results and conclusions. Okay, so this is a big group in National University of Singapore, headed by Hyun-Soo Yang. He is RPI.
Excuse me,
and,
sir. Excuse me,
yes?
sir. Sorry for interrupting in between. Sir, can you put your full screen on?
My full screen is on. My PPT is on full screen right now.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so here I have been for last 6 years. I worked on energy harvesting to 2D topological materials, spintronics, quantum engineering, and others. These are the collaborators I have been working with. So I will go through the first introduction of energy harvesting. So let's say in our environment, if we see our environment, it's full of radio frequencies, let's say in terms of 3G, 4G, and in the future, in fact, not in future, currently we are going through 5G, and in future we will get the 6G and others, maybe higher frequencies bands. But even now, 2.4 gigahertz frequency, which mostly we are using, is already available in the environment, and it's available 24/7 in our environment. Now, the question is, can we use this signal and convert it into DC? Then will it be useful or not? So if we see, then converting this signal into DC will be very useful for at least low power electronic sensors. Let's say wherever in remote conditions, we need some sensors to be placed, and then we don't have electricity. Then we can just put these devices which can convert the environment energy, this radio frequency, into DC signal, and then give a power to a small sensor. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Again, sorry for interrupting. Sir, your slides are not moving actually. The slide mode is not on actually.
Is it moving now? I'm moving.
No, sir. Sir, can you share your screen? Not the PPT actually.
Okay, let me stop presenting and then share the screen one. Is it visible now?
So just a second. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, is it moving also?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's moving.
Okay, good.
Thank you,
good,
sir.
good. Okay, thank you for knowing me. It's important. If you don't see my PPT, then you won't get anything. Okay, so let's come back to my ambient. So we have this radio frequency available in our environment 24/7. That's what I was talking about here. As you can see, all of us are using mobile phones. Internet is always there. So this frequency is always available in the environment. Now, let's say if we want some sensors, some low electronics, low power electronic sensors to be put in remote areas and where we don't have electricity, then we can use this technology or any devices which can convert these frequencies into voltage, and then we can power up the electronic sensor. So this is one of the use of these devices. But the question is how to convert this radio frequency into DC voltage. So first of all, we first checked what are the signals available in NUS, National University of Singapore. So we went up to the top floor with an antenna in hand, and then we captured all of the possible signals available in the environment, and we found that there are multiple signals at different frequencies. The amplitude is different. So there are multiple bands available in the environment. Now, what we need is a device which can convert this signal into DC signal. Now, if we see in the literature, so we have this device actually. This is not something very new. So in the literature, there is a device known as diode, which is the sole purpose of this device is to convert AC current into or AC voltage into DC voltage. So basically it will be used as a rectifier, and then we can rectify the full AC signal into the DC signal. We can make the bridge to make it continuous DC signal basically. So it's already available in the market, and we can use these devices to convert any radio frequencies or electromagnetic waves into a DC signal. But there are problems with this. And let's see what is happening, what have been happening in the past. So like these devices, Schottky diodes, are saturated already in 1960 or 1970, and onward that years, last many years, let's say 40, 50 years, it's not improving actually. So the efficiency is being saturated. The people started using other technologies also, like MIM diode, spin diodes, and they are catching up very soon to this the efficiency of the Schottky diode. So one thing to note here is that all these technologies are based on a junction. And so if anything is based on junction, then the fabrication is not very easy, of course, because it will be sensitive to the interfaces. And the second problem, which is most crucial, is these junction-based devices require an activation energy. So they already require some energy to be activated and then work as a rectifier. So that's not very useful for low power electronics. If the power is very high, it's okay because we will have this activation energy and it can be used for rectification purpose. But for low power electronics, this cannot be used, or the efficiency of these junction devices will be very small. So we need some other things, some other technology or some other phenomenon which can be used for energy harvesting purposes. Now, so this is the first data where we have shown that there can be some other quantum property just using the quantum property of topological materials, the intrinsic quantum property of topological materials, using that and to convert this AC electromagnetic waves into the DC signal. So this is the first data. Of course, you see that efficiency is not anywhere close to the existing devices, but this is the first demonstration. In the future, I hope that we can catch up. So I will talk about this in details. But before that, let's see what is the nonlinear Hall effect, because everything, all these rectifications are based on this phenomenon, nonlinear Hall effect. Now let's see what it is. Okay, so let's start with ordinary Hall effect. In ordinary Hall effect, we have a magnetic field which is applied, let's say, in Z direction. And if we have a moving electron, linearly moving electron under a bias in X direction, let's say, it will gain a velocity in the transverse direction Vy. And this is due to the Lorentz force, very simple, and it will be linear on the applied bias. Now, let's say if there is no external magnetic field, but if the material itself is magnetized, still we can gain, the electron can gain a transverse velocity, and this is known as anomalous Hall effect. There are two origins of this. One is the intrinsic origin, which is governed by the Berry curvature, and another is extrinsic scatterings like side jump and skew scattering. And this is also first order, so it behaves linearly with the bias. Now, what will happen, or what may happen if the external magnetic field is zero, as well as the material itself is non-magnetic. So magnetization is also zero. Now, if we apply a bias, so electron is moving in X direction, can it gain a velocity in the transverse direction or the Y direction? So that's the question. Now, the answer is yes. In some specific conditions with some specific materials, it can gain a transverse velocity. And that transverse current is proportional to not the linear electric field, but the square of it, or the quadratic power of the bias. So it's non-linear term. It's not. It does not exist in the linear regime. It exists in the non-linear regime. And the reason is because the time reversal symmetry is preserved in these systems. So it cannot exist in the linear regime. So the only possibility that it can exist in the non-linear regime. But the main thing is the source of this Hall effect, or the Hall voltage. Again, there are similar two sources, similar to the anomalous Hall voltage. One is the Berry curvature, but not exactly Berry curvature. I will come to this point. And there are other and the same extrinsic scatterings like side jump and skew scattering. They also contribute to the nonlinear Hall effect. And these effects are observed or possible in the Dirac and Weil semimeters because these materials satisfy all the symmetry restrictions to have this nonlinear Hall effect. Okay, let's see what are the symmetry requirements, or what are the ingredients to have this nonlinear Hall effect. So if we see the symmetries, then in inversion symmetry, it is even function. This omega is the Berry curvature. So it follows, actually, it's very similar to the magnetic field. The Berry curvature in the K space behave very similar to the magnetic field in the real space. So it's a even function under inversion symmetry and a odd function under time reversion symmetry. So now if our material has both of the symmetries preserved, time reversal symmetry is also preserved and the inversion symmetry is also preserved, then the omega has to go to zero, because these two together cannot happen, not possible. So the Berry curvature will go to zero. So that's why this nonlinear Hall effect cannot exist in materials where the inversion symmetry and time reversal symmetry both are preserved. So we need to break one of them. Time reversal symmetry breaking systems, we have already discussed, like ordinary Hall effect and the anomalous Hall effect. We have already discussed those. But now if the time reversal symmetry is preserved in the material, then again, even in that condition, the nonlinear Hall effect can exist and the source will be this Berry curvature. So, but we need to break the inversion symmetry. So if we break the inversion symmetry, then of course the omega can go to non-zero and time reversal symmetry is preserved, then the summation of omega will be zero. So that's another problem, that although the Berry curvature is non-zero in our K space, but because the time reversal symmetry is preserved, and if we calculate the overall Berry curvature in the Brillouin zone, then it will come out to be zero. The summation will be zero. So basically, to probe or to have any effect from this Berry curvature, we need to go into the non-equilibrium situation of the system, so we need to shift the whole Fermi surface in one particular direction, so that the function becomes a odd function of so that the summation, so basically the number of or the amount of Berry curvature on the right hand side and the left hand side are non-equal. And in that case, the summation will not go to 0. There will be non-zero Berry curvature existence. So the experimental recipe, we can say that we need to break the inversion symmetry, probe the non-equilibrium physics, and there are other symmetry restrictions also, because I will come to that point again. The same picture we can see here. So if we have a Fermi surface and the shift is very small, so basically this Fermi surface Fermi function will be a even function because the shift is very small, so it's negligible. We can define the same Fermi surface on the both places, and this integration will go to 0 because V is the odd and this is even function. Now, if we shift the Fermi surface significantly, then this Fermi function also becomes odd function. So both odd function will give the even function, and then we will have a non-zero integration. And both of them is a function of E. Both of them is proportions to E. So that's another way to indicate that it will quadratically depend on E. So basically this equation, nonlinear Hall voltage or Hall current, will depend quadratically on the applied bias. Okay, so let's move to the experiment now. So this is taken from another paper. I will give the reference of this paper. This is the first paper actually came out on nonlinear Hall effect. So here there is a comparison between anomalous Hall effect and the nonlinear Hall effect. So in anomalous Hall effect, there is a Berry curvature, complete Berry curvature. And if we apply a bias current along x-axis, then we will have a Hall current, which is known as the anomalous Hall effect. And this happens in the materials with magnetization. But if the magnetization is 0, non-magnetic material, then we need to have a Berry curvature dipole. Dipole means very simple that we need the distribution. The distribution of this Berry curvature has to be in such a way that we can allocate positive Berry curvature, negative Berry curvature separately, and then it will behave as a dipole. So we have a dipole, Berry curvature dipole in one particular direction. And then if we apply the bias along the same direction, so that's very important. We have to apply the bias along the same direction as of Berry curvature dipole. In that case, we will have a transverse current, which is known as the nonlinear Hall voltage or nonlinear Hall current. And we can define it. It will depend on the Berry curvature dipole. So again, the requirements, okay, we need a Berry curvature, and then not just Berry curvature, we also need a Berry curvature dipole. So like this is type 1 semi-metal, Dirac semi-metal or Weil semi-metal, whatever you can call it. But it is type 1, means that the distribution is equal on both sides. So Berry curvature dipole is 0. Then we cannot have this nonlinear Hall phenomena. But if we tilt this system or this Dirac point, so it will become a type 2 Weil semi-metal. In that case, the distribution is not equal, and then we will have a Berry curvature dipole, and these materials can have this, can show this nonlinear Hall effect. Okay, experimentally we can probe it using lock-in amplifier. So what we need is we want a second harmonic voltage, because these are the second order phenomenon. So we can lock the signal of lock-in at second frequency, 2 omega frequency. We have to collect the signal at omega frequency also. So we will collect omega, 2 omega at the same time, and so this can be done using lock-in amplifier, recorded using lock-in amplifier. Now I will start with these two papers which came nearly at the same time. One is from the MIT Pablo group in January 2019, and other is from Cornell, USA, in, again 2019, from the MAC group. Both of the studies were on WTE2. These were the first two papers who experimentally showed this nonlinear Hall effect. Theoretically, it was first given in 2015 paper by Swordman and Fu. That the theoretical concept was given in this paper, and experimental first demonstration came in these two papers. And the thing here is that both of these studies, they are independent studies, and both of them are limited up to only 100 Kelvin. So there is a nonlinear Hall effect possible in WTE2, but it exists only up to 100 Kelvin. Beyond that, it becomes negligible. But this 100 Kelvin is not enough because it's a low temperature, so it cannot be used for any applications basically. So what we need is, we want room temperature nonlinear Hall voltage or nonlinear Hall effect, and that should be robust to use in any applications. So we started the study on tantalum, iridium, tellurium 4, which share the same symmetries as WTE2. So basically, the Berry curvature dipole existence is possible in this material. The inversion symmetry is broken, as I discussed. So then again, we can say that Berry curvature existence is possible. And because of some symmetry restrictions, like the mirror plane, one of the mirror plane on the surface is broken. So one BCD Berry curvature dipole will allow the nonlinear Hall effect to have along B direction. So basically, we need to apply the bias along A direction and then the collect the transverse voltage along B direction. So we fabricated different devices out of this material. These are the single crystals, and then we exfoliated those on silicon dioxide, silicon and then silicon dioxide surface. The blue color is the device. So we have patterned these devices into the standard Hall bar. Here you can see that these are the flakes basically. So we can go down to 4 nanometer and sometimes even lower, but it's difficult to find very thin or monolayer flakes in this material. First, we confirm the orientation because it's important to identify A axis and B axis. Because due to the symmetries, my Berry curvature dipole is supposed to align or supposed to exist along A axis. So I need to apply the bias along A and then measure the voltage along B. So we did the Raman to check two things. First, the inversion symmetry should be broken. And second, what are the alignment, which is the A direction and which is the B direction. And because the Raman in A and B is very different, so we can easily identify which one is A and which one is B. And this is a very anisotropic material, so the resistivity you can see along A and B, maybe you can say maybe 3 to 4 times the difference between A, with the resistivity along A and along B. So these are the standard characterization first to start with. And then we fabricated our device. Actually, we fabricated in different type of devices, plus shaped, standard Hall bar, star shaped, to check in different orientations. I'm showing the results with the plus shaped devices. Later on, I will also show other devices results. So here I start with current applying along A axis and measure the voltage along B axis. So one thing to note here is I'm using the 4 lock-in at the same time. So I'm recording omega to omega longitudinal voltage and omega to omega transverse voltage at the same time. So 4 voltages I'm recording at the same time to neglect or to identify if there is any artifacts or not. So we observe that the longitudinal, the current along A and the voltage along B plotted here. So if we see that the longitudinal second harmonic is almost 0, only the Hall second harmonic is having some signal. So this confirms that there is no artifact, because if there is artifact, then it will also come along A axis. In fact, A axis, it should be higher because the current is flowing along A axis. And it behaves quadratically. So this is another indication that it can be the nonlinear Hall voltage. To further confirm, we apply the current along B axis, where the nonlinear Hall voltage is supposed to not exist, because the Berry curvature dipole is aligned only along A axis. And that's what we also get if we apply current along B and measure the voltages along A. There's no voltage, neither along A, neither along B. So second harmonic voltages along A and B are 0 almost if the current is applied along B. When the current is along A, then the second harmonic along B is quadratic, along A is negligible, which is supposed to be. So these two actually, we confirmed that low temperature data is coming from the nonlinear Hall effect. And so then what we did is we simply increased the temperature because that's what we want. Initially, if you see that increasing the temperature from 2 Kelvin and to the higher temperature, we can see that it's decreasing. The pattern is very similar to the WTE2 material, which we saw in other papers. It's decreasing, but then surprisingly, it's switches the sign and start increasing. And at room temperature, you will see that there is a very robust signal. In fact, it's slightly higher than the low temperature, or you can say very similar to the low temperature. So it's a very robust signal at room temperature. Now we confirm this in many devices: plus shaped, standard hall bar, non-patterned hall bar, different type of devices. Now both of the two things are existing. One, the sign change is there in all of the devices, and there's a robust room temperature signal in all of the devices. Now the first question to us was why there is a sign change. To give the answer for this, why there is a sign change, we first recorded the carrier density as a function of temperature. And then theoretically, we calculated carrier density as a function of chemical potential. Then we mapped these two, and we find out the chemical potential window from if we are going from 2 Kelvin to 300 Kelvin, how much is the chemical potential changing from its ideal position, I mean the Fermi level, and going up. So it's the window is around 40 millielectron volt. So the change in chemical potential while going from 2 Kelvin to 300 Kelvin is around 40 millielectron volt. Then we collaborated with the theory groups in Singapore itself, National University of Singapore itself. Then they calculated the Berry curvature dipole in a large window of chemical potential at different temperatures. Now you see that doesn't matter at what temperature they have calculated. If you see from 0 to 40 millielectron volt window, there is a sign change. This is very robust theoretical sign change of Berry curvature dipole. And this sign change of Berry curvature dipole is reflected in the experimental data. The sign change is around 160 or 170 Kelvin. These two are just the Fermi surfaces showing the sign change. In one, it's red if we go down here, somewhere here, and it's blue if we are near the room temperature. So the sign change is probably coming from these theoretical calculations is due to the sign change of Berry curvature dipole, which is dependent on the, you can say, the Fermi surface or the band structure of this material. We also calculated how it will behave as a function of thickness, because what we saw is the mirror symmetry is only absent on the surface, MB. In the bulk, if we go, then both of the mirror symmetry is preserved. So basically, in the bulk, there is no Berry curvature dipole existence, because the overall Berry curvature dipole will become 0 in the bulk. Only on the surface, there is existence of non-zero Berry curvature dipole. And so we tried samples with different thicknesses. And if you see, if we go, if we increase the thickness, this signal goes very small. It means that if you increase the thickness, basically the bulk contribution will keep on increasing and the surface contribution will decrease. If we go down in thickness, keep on decreasing the thickness, the surface contribution will become higher and higher, and that's why the signal will increase. So that's what we observe, and then it's very consistent that this phenomena is coming from the surface Berry curvature dipole. We ourselves also studied WTE2 material, and in our experimental data also we see that the nonlinear Hall efficiency of WTE2 is decreasing, and around 150 it goes to 0. So it's become negligible around 100, and we saw that it also changes sign but remains very small. In TIR-T4, there is a significant efficiency at room temperature. Okay, so the same phenomena. Okay, so this I have shown that the sign change and the robust room temperature data is available in many different devices. So one thing is confirmed from these many devices, that this material has a robust room temperature nonlinear Hall effect. Now that's important, because if nonlinear Hall effect exists at room temperature, then we can use it in some application. So can it be used, or can this phenomena can be used in some applications? Let's see. So if we expand resistance, we do the Taylor series expansion and we calculate V, then we will have these three terms. The first one is the simple ohmic term, which is the linear term. The third one is the second harmonic term, which we have recorded using lock-in amplifier. And there's another term which is DC term. And the amplitude of this term is very similar to the second harmonic data. This is the term which can be used for rectification, and this term can be used for second harmonic generation. So these are the two applications this phenomenon can be used for. So now the question is, of course, with this theory or with this simple mathematics, we can say that it can be used for energy harvesting applications because it can give a DC rectified voltage. But now the question is how to demonstrate it experimentally, because that's the big thing. Just believing on mathematics is easy, but we need to show it. If it is true, then we need to show that yes, it is possible to use this effect to rectify the signal and convert a electromagnetic wave into a DC voltage. So for that, we design a very simple experiment. So we first, for this experiment, actually, we collaborated with the electrical department, and then we asked them the antenna, which can give us a signal of 2.4 gigahertz frequency. So there's a constant signal coming out from the antenna at 2.4 gigahertz frequency. And we have a device there. There are two things to note here. First, there's no connection between the antenna and my device. So basically, the antenna is giving me the electromagnetic waves, and the sample is just absorbing those waves. My device is not connected directly to the input or the incoming signal. It's just absorbing the this incoming electromagnetic wave. So it's totally wireless. There's no connection. The second thing, there's no extra magnetic field. There's no battery. So these are the three important things. Magnetic field, external magnetic field is 0. There's no battery connected. So bias is also 0. And the third thing, it's completely wireless. There's no connection between the input and my device. So basically the device just absorbing the incoming signal. So the one thing we have done here, or we have to do, is that we need to align the incoming electromagnetic wave or the electric field along the A-axis of my device and detect the signal DC voltage along B-axis. So here what I'm doing is I'm not using any bias here. I'm just aligning the incoming electric vector along A-axis and just detecting the DC voltage along B using Keithley nano voltmeter. So we can see that whenever the electric field is along A-axis, either 0 degree, theta is 0 degree, or 180 degree, the DC voltage collected along B is around some significant value, around 60 microvolt or so. Other than that direction, there is no DC voltages. If we do the different, that we align the E along B axis and or align the E along A or B and measure the signal along A. So there is no DC voltage. So these are consistent with my electrical data, which I recorded using lock-in. So I can say that these signals are also coming from the nonlinear Hall effect. And we see here a very clear DC signal. So this shows, this is the first demonstration that this nonlinear Hall effect can be used for rectification purpose, for energy harvesting purpose. Of course, there were many questions on that experiment asked by the reviewer. Because there are many possible artifacts when you do the rectification measurements. So to answer those questions, we did the measurements on several different type of materials, starting with TiIT4, WT2, MOT2, and platinum. MOT2 and platinum are inversion symmetric material at room temperature. So of course, they are not supposed to show any nonlinear Hall effect. So consistent with that, we don't see any DC voltage out of MOTE2 and platinum. WTE2 shows a very small signal, which is okay because of course it exists. Some nonlinear Hall effect exists at room temperature in WTE2, although it's very small. In TiIT4, it's a very clear, robust DC voltage. So with this comparison, we can say that this material TiIT4 is useful at room temperature for energy harvesting purposes. Of course, the efficiency right now is very small, so that's one area where significant work has to be done. We also tried, okay, so we also tried the aligning the electric field in the C axis, because I have a freedom, because this white part is an antenna and my device is in this holder. So I can align this holder. I can, in this position, if I rotate, then E factor is in parallel to my device. But if I use this configuration, so basically the incoming signal is like this and my device is like this. So basically the incoming signal is along the C axis of my device. And that condition also should allow the DC voltage collected along B. And this is also shown in these experiments that it exists. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for your patience and listening me. Any question? Hello.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
How the material are selected for the experiment? Is it only the it shows magnetic material or the material just as you written broken materials? What are their schedules?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? Hello.
I want to know how the material are selected for the experiment. Suppose you have selected platinum and MOTE for that.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So basically, if you see here, these are the symmetry restrictions. So basically, if we want to have this Berry curvature dipole induced nonlinear Hall effect, we want to study this effect and we want to choose some material. Then first thing we need to look for is the symmetries, or what are the symmetries available in that material. It has to be inversion symmetry broken, first of all. And then there are other symmetries restrictions, like there has to be only one mirror plane, not both of them in the material. And if only one is available, then it will allow a Berry curvature dipole to exist. Otherwise, overall Berry curvature dipole will become zero. Like one example I can think of this topological insulator. So in topological insulator, because both of the mirror plane exist, and the Berry curvature dipole, because of the threefold rotational symmetry in TI, it overall becomes zero. So there's no Berry curvature dipole in topological insulator. So that's why if we want to do such kind of experiment, we need to choose the material. I mean, we first need to check the symmetries of those material. It should allow, the symmetries should allow the existence of non-zero Berry curvature dipole. Then we can start with our experiments, how much it is, what's the amplitude, what's the effect, or we can also study some other effects, like what is the effect of magnetic field? Can we tune this Berry curvature dipole? Can we improve the efficiency? All those things. But first thing is that the material should have the symmetries which can allow this non-zero Berry curvature dipole. I hope I respond to the question.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. So there is one more question from Ramya Shri.
Yeah, sure.
So the question is, how about MOS2? Will it exhibit nonlinear Hall effect as it is also 2D material? What about its symmetrical restrictions?
MOS2, it's a semiconducting material, but I don't remember exactly what are the symmetries in this material. First of all, whether the inversion symmetry is broken in the bulk or not, because it's not a wild semi-metal. So I think the inversion symmetry is not broken. So I don't think we can have the Berry curvature dipole induced nonlinear Hall effect. However, I will say that there are other effects like extrinsic effect I discussed. So like, again, I will give the example of topological insulator. So in topological insulator, although the Berry curvature dipole is totally zero, but still you can have a nonlinear Hall effect, and that is governed by the existence of these scatterings like skew scattering and side jump. Because one thing is that on the surface, whatever material you have on the surface, the inversion symmetry is always broken. So if you can thin down your material so that the surface contribution is significant, and of course the surface, the inversion symmetry will be broken on the surface. In that case, extrinsic effects, if these are significant in the material, they can give rise to these nonlinear Hall effect measurements or these signals. I hope this answered the question.
Yes, sir. If you can allow me, can I ask one more question? I won't take much of your time.
Sure.
Sir, is there any other scope of nonlinear Hall effect, like in sensing and other applications? Do you find any scope, sir?
So like in the first paper, the application was that the first paper was to identify the material. I mean, basically, like how will you say whether the Berry curvature dipole is there or Berry curvature exists in the material, or what is the efficiency of those materials? So this nonlinear Hall effect is one probe to identify the Berry curvature or the Berry curvature dipole in the material, one thing. The second thing what we showed, the applications, like one is the rectification of coarse energy harvesting. Another is the second harmonic. Second harmonic, like in optics, we produce lots of second harmonics. So similarly, this material also can be used as a second harmonic generation. But again, I don't think the efficiency will be significant or very close to the optics material. But I feel that in rectification, it has a hope. Not this material, but this phenomenon, nonlinear Hall effect. It can come from intrinsic effects as well as extrinsic effects. So if we can combine these two together, then we can improve the efficiency. So we should have some materials which will have this effect, maybe maybe 3 orders higher or 4 orders higher. Like there are some paper where people have shown that in twisted graphene, this effect can be enhanced 3 order or 4 order or even 5 order. There's one paper who showed 5 order increment in the nonlinear Hall effect in twisted graphene. But the problem with all those data is, or all those results is, that all those results are shown at low temperature. Now, low temperature is useful for physics, of course, it's very good, but not useful for application. So that's one bottleneck. So that's why we need to search or we need to tailor the material in such a way that it can have those effects at room temperature. So yeah, that would be good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question from Rajan Singh. Yes, sir.
How the material will behave if the radiation is of GSM band?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's a good question actually. So basically, I can even extend this question that how will the rectification behave in a broadband energy? Let's say if we have from megahertz to, let's say, terahertz, how it will behave? So it's a very good question. So I will approach in two ways. One is the theoretical approach. So theoretically, this phenomena does not have any limit on the frequency, because when you calculate the efficiency, it comes out mathematically, it comes out independent of frequency. So it doesn't have any dependence on the frequency, but experimentally, it's very challenging. In the lower frequency, it's okay. So like he said, GSM band, it will also show rectification on the GSM band. But if you go to the higher frequencies, then experimentally it's challenging, because you need to match your circuit very closely. Otherwise, whatever you will have, the incoming electromagnetic wave, it will reflect back and you won't be able to absorb it and you won't be able to see the effect. And also so that's one bottleneck if you go to the higher frequencies. So we need to we need to design the on-chip antennas which can absorb the incoming waves completely. So in that way, that's the futuristic work, that if we can do that, we can show the rectification measurements at the higher frequencies. Yeah. Any other question? I hope this answers.
Thank you, sir. So there is one more question.
Yeah. What is that question?
So just 1 minute. Thank you, sir. Actually, there was a question, but I guess it got
Yeah.
deleted.
Okay. Yeah. I saw. Okay. No problem. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Now I can hear. Was there anything?
Sir, just hold on. Just give us a minute. There's an
Okay.
issue with the internet.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
It's okay.
Sir, you can now unshare your screen.
Okay. Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you
so
for
much,
giving
sir,
me this
for your
opportunity.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, one share. Okay, I will just hang up from this call.
Thank you for your participation. Sorry. Thank you for your participation, all the candidates. We will soon resume after a short break at 3:45 p.m.